morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to the March 22nd, 2022 meeting of the Maryland State Board of Education. President Crawford is not able to be here with us this morning due to a long-standing prior commitment. We also have three persons who are joining us virtually. Senator Bates, Dr. Getty, and Dr. Green. So we're happy to have all of you with us, and we'll call on Mr. Sharon to declare a quorum.
You have a quorum.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Could we all stand and pledge allegiance to the flag of our country? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, I'd like to welcome all of the persons who are in the boardroom this morning to our meeting, and also to those who are joining us virtually. As you know, the State Board has resumed fully in-person meetings in the state boardroom at the MSDE building in Baltimore. People registered to give public comment can do so either virtually or in person. Microsoft Teams is the platform that will be used for virtual public comment. If you experience problems connecting with your device, you may use the audio-only feature and call in using your phone. The public can access the meeting via live stream from the State Board MSDE website, through our live stream vendor's website, Town Hall Streams, and YouTube. The meeting agenda and materials are also posted on the website. The archived video will be posted to the website. The first matter on our agenda today, of course, is our public comment. Participants, the following are guidelines for public comment. Speakers will be called on in order of their registration. We will take the virtual registrants first, followed by the in-person registrants. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and time will be monitored by our MSDE staff. When time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish their sentence, but is asked to make no further remarks. Comments shall be directed to the entire board, not to an individual board member. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but will take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to Dr. Sylvia Lawson, who will see that copies are made available to all board members. We always appreciate that your comments are presented in a respectful manner. We will begin this morning with the virtual participants, and we'll start first with Ms. Holly Brewer. Ms. Brewer?
Hi, thank you so much for hearing me. I'm a professor of history at the University of Maryland. I'm the parent of 3 children who have gone through or are in the public schools in Prince George's County. And I've also had 4 exchange students who've been part of the system. And I'm I want to speak today about the terrible impact that the 2017-2018 audit has had on PGCPS and continues to have on the students here. It's especially demeaning and demoralizing during the pandemic, and especially about the zero system that was imposed, already existed in some form before the audit and has now been imposed in a really horrific way. So what the net effect of these rules within which the whole system and every child has to operate is that students in PGCPS are assumed to be bad students, and that they're punished more harshly than virtually anywhere across the state. In terms of the grade, they are set to a different standard and a harsher standard than anywhere else. I talked with many of my students. I've talked with other parents in other parts of the state. In most school districts in Maryland, it's hard to get a 0. In PGCPS, it's actually required in most cases. I wrote a careful analysis of what went on. I think the company that was hired to do the audit after the scandal in 2017-2018 was not the right company. They had no experience with education. If you look at their record, they were a compliance company. The rules they set in place and included for a while until right before the pandemic included that if you were absent more than 2 days, you needed a note from the doctor. Otherwise, teachers were required to give you 0s on any assignments, and you weren't allowed to make them up. To give a sense of what this means in terms of actual children right now, my youngest child taking Algebra 2, if he does not turn his assignments in absolutely on time, and he has a few days to make it up, loses 10% a day for homeworks, maximum grade he can get is a 50%. On those homeworks, he can get an 80-something% on assessments and tests for Algebra 2, but he'll fail. In most other counties, 50% is the minimum and the norm. And there's also a whole system of trying to make sure that grades have to be turned in at a particular time, and if they're not turned in on time, there's a very small window of appeal that's very difficult. All of this is imposed uniquely on a county where 95% of the children are minority. My child is not. My child is white, but I'm speaking up for every kid in the system. It's broken. And while our CEO, Dr. Monica Goldson, has worked hard to develop more compassionate rules within this tough system imposed from outside, she has few options. This system was imposed by the state board.
Thank you very much, but we need to honor the guidelines, but we appreciate your comments this morning. Thank you. All right, our next participant is Sharon Saroff. Ms. Saroff?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to address education in the state of Maryland in general. My name is Sharon Saroff, and I am a consultant and advocate in the state of Maryland. I also hold the title in other states of an educational diagnostician. And the reason that I'm telling you these things is because I also have a learning disability. In my 18 years of being an advocate in the state of Maryland, I have watched special education go downhill. And it is very, very troubling what I see, particularly right now. And I'm going to give you some for instances. 1, special transportation. Special transportation used to be something that was a child being in a special bus or separate bus from general education children because of teasing, bullying, because of their own unsafe behavior. Now, special transportation in the name of inclusion is just put the child on a general education bus. What is the point of having special transportation on the IEP when it is going to be no different from general transportation? Compensatory services. We set up guidelines in the state of Maryland to provide compensatory services for the pandemic. And in general, for children who miss services due to no fault of their own. I can tell you that in the 4 counties that I work in, none of the students that I have on my caseload have been able to get compensatory services without a fight because they made some progress. Students are allowed to graduate. We all know that students in Baltimore City are allowed to graduate without being able to read. It's not just Baltimore City. It is all over the state of Maryland. It is okay for a child to get a D in a severely modified class, and that's satisfactory in the state of Maryland. No, it's not. If I received D's in the classes that I took when I was in high school, I would not be sitting here today talking to you and telling you I have a master's degree plus and I graduated summa cum laude.
Thank you very much. The time is up, and we appreciate your comments. Thank you for providing those comments to us. We'll turn now to in-person participants, and the first person that we'll be happy to hear from is Daryl Williams. Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning. Good morning, Vice President Deschelle, State Superintendent Shodery, and the members of the Maryland State Board of Education. I'm Daryl Williams, Superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools, and I thank you for this opportunity to offer public comments today. While we have all certainly been focused on healing, recovery, and rebuilding as a result of the impact of the pandemic during these last 2 years, this is not our complete story. The important work of schools continue in spite of ongoing challenges in enrollment, national staffing shortages, and student well-being. I'd like to highlight some of the unique successes in Baltimore County Public Schools because we all need to hear good news as we continue to work through these challenges. In the spring of 2021, we celebrated more than 1,200 students who took college courses at CCBC. 14 seniors earned both high school diploma and associate's degree. 570 graduating AVID scholars who earn a combined total of $36 million in scholarships and grants, and a 85.5% graduation rate with a total of $185 million in scholarships. We continue our growth in student leadership programs by offering Baltimore County Student Council and Baltimore County Junior Council. We celebrate a record number of middle school and high school students in Baltimore County who voted in last week's election for the new student member of the board. Each fall since 2017, we sponsor our annual HBCU College Fair, where representatives from more than 30 historically black colleges and universities attend, and interested students participate in college selection process and financial aid workshops and seek the on-the-spot acceptances. Must thank Milford Mill Academy. Our World Culture in Context series is a partnership between the Baltimore County Creative Alliance and BCPS, where students and community members can participate in monthly online sessions in which renowned artists from around the world perform their music and talk with students about their culture. 3 middle schools, Southwest Academy, Golden Ring Middle, and Pikesville Middle, are a part of MSDE's Advancing Academic Equity and Excellence for Black Boys initiatives. Our boarding opportunities for young ladies in computer science continue with Delaney High School and Owings Mills High School, earning the AP Computer Science Female Diversity Awards from College Board. And a BCPS computer resource teacher was named one of 4 National Aspirations in Computing Educator Awards winner by the National Center for the Women in Information Technology. In addition, 2 of her e-learning students were honored. And finally, there's my Superintendent Fellows Initiative, which honors and cultivates outstanding, innovative BCPS educators. We've had 6 Maryland State Award recipients from BCPS. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for those comments. We appreciate that very much. Happy to have you today.
Glad to be here.
Ms. Shanetta Martin.
Good morning. My name is Shanetta Martin, Chair of the Maryland Education Coalition and Director of Public Policy at the Maryland Philanthropy Network. In our state, I sit at the intersection of education and philanthropy, representing towards upwards of 150 organizations in Maryland. Superintendent Chaudhary has come to us at MPN for our annual conversation with MSDE to share his top-notch expertise, infectious enthusiasm, and demonstrated commitment to get this right in terms of seizing the opportunity to provide a world-class education to all students in our state. We are glad you are here, Mr. Chaudhary, as an excellent leader of our public education system. We want to partner with you around common goals in Maryland state education policy. To that end, I have come to deliver a message from the Maryland Education Coalition, a set of public education experts eager to work with you around a range of public education issues, starting with your desire to do high poverty schools well, with your 5-tiered system modeled in Texas that goes beyond Title I and farms by expanding the definition of concentration of poverty and proposes to restructure compensatory education funding while increasing teacher incentives to work in schools with neighborhood indicators of poverty. If you have not already done so, we are willing to help further explore the answer to your questions you were asked on January 27th by the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee of the General Assembly to continue to show how the model can be used to build on and refine the blueprint. Not only do we want to understand how this model complements the blueprint, we also want to go one step further and help MSDE think about how to institutionalize this system if it becomes adopted in our state so that it remains in place beyond changing administrations. We want to help our state think about concentration of poverty differently, using long-term holistic strategies to yield stronger outcomes for students in our state who live under challenging circumstances, often compounded by the complexity of poverty that may negatively affect their life chances. Moreover, we have the expertise to work with legislators, MSDE, and the AIB to think about the equitable distribution of state funds and the intricacies of the funding formulas to ensure that MSDE has the resources it needs to provide Maryland students with a world-class education, is what we fight for. We are pleased to see that MSDE took positions on legislation during this 2022 legislative session. MEC supported Senate Bill 794, understanding the need for tools to strengthen MSDE's capacity and management authority. We look forward to continuing to find alignment in our policy advocacy goals and working with MSDE to ensure that students receive a high-quality, competitive education while fulfilling the promise of the blueprint for Maryland's future. So please let us know how we can reach out and get on your calendar.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments.
Yes, thank you.
Kerthy Upalapati, and my apologies if I've mispronounced the names. Good morning.
Good morning. Greetings, members of the Maryland State Board of Education. Maryland has over 16,000 homeless students statewide. Access to the McKinney-Vento package is currently not a viable solution. Why? School systems such as the one we attend, Montgomery County Public Schools, continuously emphasize the importance of maintaining a close relationship with students, families, and the community to provide a superior education, safe schools, and a climate for success. However, Maryland's persistent efforts to undermine the issue at hand is baffling. What is the issue? Currently, thousands of families in Maryland, despite qualifying for McKinney-Vento, often aren't aware of the program and thus cannot reap the plethora of benefits such as free food, transportation, and emergency shelter. We believe that increasing awareness and knowledge regarding McKinney-Vento is a critical stepping stone to broadening the number of families who are able to sign up for the package. However, mediatory steps such as the ones proposed below are essential prerequisites.
What are these steps? First, initiating a sign-up form. Along with the myriad of other forms that parents are mandated to fill out at the beginning of the school year, we propose that parents should also be prompted to fill out a form to see if they qualify for McKinney-Vento, not only at the beginning of the year, but also at the end of each school semester. However, due to the negative stigma around homelessness that often permeates our county, the information for this form would only be viewable by select individuals from each school. This would be largely beneficial as each school could then initiate conversations with families of the specified child to ensure they do not fall through the cracks of the system. We hope we can see this change within the 2022 to 2023 school year. Second, send out mass school board communication emails. Along other useful links that families receive on vital issues ranging from mental health to poverty reduction, we propose that there should be a greater effort to also spread awareness regarding homelessness. For example, McKinney-Vento seminars and website links should also be mass communicated to families. Maryland schools should set an admirable example as to how schools should effectively respond to the plague of homelessness. The beneficial evolution of McKinney-Vento Act is unequal to the declining attention to aiding the homeless in Maryland.
The McKinney-Vento package has created valuable programs that have saved lives and helped hundreds of thousands of Americans to regain stability.
Imagine a world where people are aware about the package and how many more lives we can save, all with the simple sign of a form. We hope to spur positive change and discussion within our community.
Angela Gu
And Kerthy Upalapati. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Holly Clyderline. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Holly Clyderline. I'm an elementary school counselor in Anne Arundel County, a national board certified teacher in school counseling, and a legislative chair for the Maryland School Counselor Association. In 2002, my principal prevented me from teaching counseling lessons in the classroom. She thought they were a waste of time. Even when I quoted statistics from the Center for Missing and Exploited Children that 1 in every 5 children were solicited online and students needed to know internet safety rules, she did all she could to prevent me from teaching what we now refer to as Tier 1 supports, as well as Tier 2 groups. I was often used to cover classrooms during IEP meetings. I needed a way to get into every classroom to teach my students what they needed to know and to facilitate group counseling. I found my advocacy tool by becoming the first school counselor in Maryland to achieve national board certification in that cert area. I was required to teach lessons and videotape them. I was required to run groups and provide student work samples showing evidence of my impact. As a result, I got into the classrooms and I ran my groups. In 2019, at my current school, I was responsible for 712 students and 31 classrooms. I taught over 450 lessons, including the mandated Aaron's Law and Start Talking Maryland lessons on sexual abuse prevention and opioid awareness. Last month, I received a letter from my county board saying I did not meet the criteria to receive the salary enhancement for NBCTs. Somehow, I was not, quote, a certified public school employee primarily responsible and accountable for teaching students in a class. I watched the presentation before this board on January 25th regarding the research on NBCTs in our schools. Only 244 NBCTs were listed for Anne Arundel County, which tells me that school counselors were already excluded. Hence the asterisk at the bottom of the slides indicating, quote, teachers actively teaching. I watched the presentation on February 22nd, the deep dive into mental health in schools. Imagine the benefit of having mental health professionals in the building who have achieved national board certification, delivering proactive services to all students. I'm here to tell you we exist, and we should receive the National Board Certified Teacher salary enhancement we earn every day. I am the mentor for a candidate who is now in the process. What is her incentive for pushing through? One of my counselor colleagues works at a high poverty school, teaching the skills her students need. She will lose out on $17,000 next year. We will all have to pay out of pocket to renew. Talk about demoralizing. I know that if the right people sit down at the table, they can fix this problem, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of our public comment participants for their comments this morning. We appreciate your offering those to us, and we will take them all under advisement. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is approval of the consent agenda, which includes approval of our meeting minutes under tab A, the personnel actions under tab B, and budget adjustments for February 2022 under tab C. As is our practice, I will call for objections 3 times, and if there are no objections, then the consent the consent agenda will be approved. Objection? 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 Okay, hearing no objections, then the consent agenda is approved. All right. Under priorities, we have, as we have been doing in the past, a stakeholder engagement session. Ms. Cheryl Boast, who is the president of the Maryland State Education Association, is here with us, and I'll call on Superintendent Chaudhry to introduce the presenters. And Ms. Boast, we're happy to have you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Eshel. With us today is Cheryl Boast. I don't know if I have to give you a bio, but she is, a president of our Maryland State Education Association, and we invite her today to, as part of our continued stakeholder engagement. I will say before she starts, I have enjoyed my conversations with MSEA. We meet once a month. And one of the first things I said to them is I want to solve problems of practice together, and we continue to anchor our conversations around that, and I've appreciated that relationship and look forward to many more conversations ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us this morning. My fellow officers will introduce themselves, but Superintendent Chaudhry, I completely agree. It's been great conversations and problem solving. I am Cheryl Boast. I am a 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County. I'm a former Baltimore County Teacher of the Year, and I'm proud to serve as the president for the Maryland State Education Association and proud to be with you today. I'm going to ask my vice president and my treasurer to introduce themselves. Before they do, Sean Johnson, you'll see pictured here, is our executive director. He is unable to be with us today as he's at a week-long retreat with the National Education Association.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Teresa Mitchell Dudley, and I am a middle school social studies and science teacher from Prince George's County, and the mother of 2 lovely children, Joyce Evelyn, a graduate of Eleanor Roosevelt High School in Prince George's County, who now works for the United States State Department, and my son Alfred Dudley, my artist, who just recently got a full scholarship to get his Master's of Fine Arts at Rutgers University in New Jersey. I want to thank you for allowing us to be here today.
Good morning. My name is Joe Coughlin. I am a computer technician in Baltimore County Public Schools. I came from private industry. In 2000, I worked down in Washington, D.C. at the Department of Energy and Housing and Urban Development. MSEA is not just the three of us that are here in front of you. We are an organization that has over 75,000 members. We include certified employees, many of which you see on the screen. We also include education support for professionals, which I am one of. There's also, within that group, secretaries, paraeducators, bus drivers, custodial staff, food service workers, and many other job categories. We also we also support aspiring educators who are students attending Maryland colleges and retired members. That's it.
Thank you, Joe. My career started out as a substitute teacher, then I was an ESP, and I moved on and got my certification to become a teacher. So we need to find pathways for our educators. Our organizational structure is very much aligned with our government. We have our national, our state, and our locals. We are led by a board of directors of 8 members at large, 4 NEA directors, which I also serve as an NEA director as well as vice president for right now. And we have 3 officers, the 3 of us here. We have 39 local affiliates. We have certified staff, which are teachers and psychologists and other related services. And we also have our educational support professionals, which we need to be very mindful of how we look at their compensation. We have aspiring educators and retiree chapters that we also work with that are on both ends of the spectrum, coming into the profession and those who are experienced. This year, we will have 2 representative assemblies. We had our one in October, and we will be meeting again in April, the first week of April. And all of our members of the representative assembly are elected by members in each of our locals. Our MSEA employees, management, headquarters staff, and field staff are located across the state, where we support our educators in the classroom and with respect to contract enforcement. We are unified with the National Education Association, MSEA. There are 51 states, and 50 states plus our federal group, and we have over 3 million members on the national level.
Thank you. We're good at sharing microphones. I just want to point out, Teresa mentioned our employees. We have several of them with us today. We have a whole new department called our Center for Education Policy and Practice. So I'd ask them to stand up. Geraldine Duvall, Deb Azebo, Queen Narofar, and we also have Patty Mellons, our press secretary, who's with us. So we have a full house here today. Before you see our mission. Our mission is obviously to empower our members because it's centered on students, providing a quality education for our students. We also have established goals. So as you're going through your strategic planning process, we've gone through our strategic planning process and come up with our mission and our goals, and then we also have strategic objectives. You can see our goals are also all centered around providing the best public education for our students, whether that's building our strong and stable locals, which Teresa shared we have 39, or leading the professions, when we have people testify, talk, meet in different meetings and represent us, and developing and sustaining a culture of organizing. We have a vision for recovery. We know we're coming out of a historic pandemic. Many of the items that we see as issues were issues before the pandemic. They've just been exacerbated as a result. We choose to be student-centered, educator-led, and community-based as we are looking to be transformative as we change public education. We've talked often that we want to go back to normal, people say. We don't want to go back to normal. We want to go back to something different that is meeting the needs of all of our students. So to be student-centered, first and foremost, is the blueprint implementation. It's one thing to pass a bill. It's another thing to make sure it's implemented so that it meets the needs of our students, our educators, and our communities. So you see there tutoring, summer school, concentration of poverty, and expansion of many quality programs for our students. A key component of everything is our social and emotional well-being. I was talking to teachers yesterday, and they said, our educators are not okay. Our students are not okay. We have a lot of work to do to make people feel okay, safe, so that they can succeed academically and socially, emotionally. So we need time built in to address these student needs. We talk a lot about mental health and support. We just don't have the time to do it. We need to get a comprehensive approach. And then always health and safety. We're fortunate to have the Built to Learn Act that passed so we can build buildings that support our students. But we can't just look at ventilation and water during a pandemic. These should be baseline needs of all of our students. And obviously meal programs. Our students are better and ready to learn if they eat and are well fed. Educator-led. There's so much to put in this. I won't read everything in this slide, but obviously increased staffing. All job categories show shortages. We also want to diversify our education population. We want to attract more educators of color. We have to work on professionalism in order to retain and attract educators. The autonomy to teach and do what is right for our students in our classes. Truth in education. And we also need our benefits and wages through contracts and memorandums of understanding. We have to improve the profession, especially for our education support professionals. We need increases in wages. Many are paid less than $35,000 and are working 3 and 4 jobs. We need to reduce the workloads and the demands on our educators. And we need to bring the educator voice to the table. We are thrilled to have a teacher voice on the state board through Rachel McCusker. We need to expand this in everything that we do. We can't talk about education unless we're talking to the people who are practitioners. And we want opportunities to lead. And also it's community-based. Our communities are what make up what's happening in our schools. We are thrilled about the expansion for community schools. In fact, just this month, we are delivering books to every library and every community school as part of our Read Across America initiative. We are thrilled about the CTE expansion and know we have to partner with businesses, trade unions, everyone, so we can bring up apprenticeships and opportunities for students and get students excited to come into the teaching profession, not just the trades. Identify and address equity disparities. Again, prevalent before the pandemic, exacerbated, whether that's broadband, whether that's meals, whether that's qualified educators, whether it's the curriculum in front of us. And it's culturally responsive and trauma-based. And prioritize mental health not only internally, as you heard from a counselor today, but there aren't mental health seats available externally when parents go to seek support, and we need to work collaboratively. And we want to be transformative. The blueprint allows us to be transformative. We will have to have an equity focus. We're working on our internal documents with an equity lens. Educator voice, facilities, diversify the educator pipeline. A key to all of this, though, is retention. If we don't retain who we have, we're going to continue to just fill those spots and make sure we provide for a well-rounded education. I can say that we come here today not just to identify issues. We want to be joint in problem solving. And that's why we enjoy the conversations with superintendent, with the board, with the chair, Mr. Crawford. We have great opportunities ahead of us. We have statewide elections coming up. We are focused on electing pro-public education, senators, delegates, local board of education folks, and a governor that will support public education. We have 9 new local superintendents coming in. It's the largest in my history here, and I won't tell you how long I've been here, but we have 9. So we are excited to work with Superintendent Chaudhary and the collaboration so that we can also model how we can collaborate at the local level. Collaboration, I'm not going to also skip over. Actions speak louder than words. Having us here today shows your willingness to collaborate. Meeting with the superintendent monthly and his staff shows a willingness to collaborate. We will continue to be problem solvers and partners in this. We know that we're always not going to agree on things, but we don't have to be disagreeable. We always want to be working towards a solution. An educator voice, we believe, is critical. When we want to talk about kindergarten, you won't see the three of us. We want to put a kindergarten teacher in front of you. If you want to talk about chemistry, won't be the three of us either. We're going to put a chemistry teacher in front of you. So educator voice is critically important. So again, we represent everyone across the state, over 75,000. We work closely with BTU here in Baltimore City. We're also providing books to all of their community schools in a partnership with them. So we are open to any questions or comments.
Yes, Ms. McCusker?
Thank you. I'm really very, very concerned about teacher pipeline and teacher retention right now because of what I see and hear as a teacher. What are you hearing? What are the main reasons teachers are leaving? What are they telling you?
Yep. So I'll start with teachers, and then I'll also do our support professionals.
Thank you.
Our teachers in the classroom, we hear the word burnout a lot. The academic demands did not stop at any time. So they automatically had to switch to virtual, they switched back, and we all know, based on all the data that we're seeing, that our students have fallen behind academically. But many of our educators said when we opened up the doors or when we were in virtual, it was like nothing happened. So as a fourth grade teacher, I've talked to other fourth grade teachers, they said, I'm having to go back and pull from second and third grade curriculums, and I don't have the training, nor do I have the materials to do that. So they need that support. The other is our class sizes. So as people are leaving, they are increasing class sizes. They're taking their planning periods to substitute, and they just don't have enough people in the building. And the other is the social emotional issues. Behaviors of our students is out of control in many places, and we don't blame that on our children completely. They have been home sometimes unattended. They often don't know how to acclimate again to that school setting. And there's trauma that we can't address when school counselors have 1,200 students that they're supposed to see in a school. There's a lot of trauma, and you can see that just underneath the skin. Maybe if they bumped into somebody in the hall before, that wasn't a big thing. Now it's a big thing. And so we need the time, the resources, and the personnel to address those. I have never seen so many school instances that make the news, and now, sadly, they're not even making the news. They've become normalized. We can't allow this to become normalized. And educators also are saying when they hit 30 years, there's no salary advancement for many of them in many of our districts. And before they might work 34, 35 years, and they're saying, I'm not getting any support, and I'm out. Our education support professionals are leaving in large numbers because of pay. They can do the job and get paid a lot more to be a CDL driver with Amazon. Joe is a technician for computers. They can get a lot more money in the private industry. And so pay is a huge item for our support professionals. And I will then share our administrators. Our administrators feel like they're stuck in the middle. And that whether it's pay, whether it's demands and time. And we need to get together to figure out how we can resolve those.
Yeah, thank you. That's similar to what I'm hearing and seeing in the schools. Class sizes are big, discipline. Fist fights are becoming almost normal in some schools, and that we don't have the time and the resources. But okay, it's the same thing I'm hearing.
And overall disrespect is what we hear. But we teach that in the elementary schools, but we're not allowed to have the time. And I would just encourage everyone to look at the town hall that you and Superintendent Chaudhary held in the fall, I think it was. Mm-hmm. The Teachers of the Year were saying the exact same thing at that time. And there's nothing that has changed different, but they were saying and articulating that. I don't know, do either one of you want to add anything to that?
I just have, I know a lot of our educators have left. We had a special educator whom I've known for many years, and her family, and she called me crying and said, Teresa, I just have to go. And I've been to her class, I visited, she was a special education pre-K teacher, and she was crying because she didn't want to leave, but she just couldn't bear the pain of knowing that she couldn't service the students the way that they needed to be serviced, and the demands, the school systems are adding more and more, and there's the concerns about being out of compliance because of the special ed requirements, and she was just so overwhelmed by everything, and she took a job in private industry, and we lost a fabulous educator. I very rarely have I seen somebody with her level of compassion for her students. And the concept of the ESPs, I'm sure Joe can address that.
I think the main concern for ESPs is the pay. You can go to McDonald's and make as much money as our ESPs are making across the state. The other issue that we need to address is contractors. We have so many contractors in our systems now, and it's just a stepping stone. We're training them, we're giving them something to enhance their resume, and they go and get those higher pay jobs. We have to look at the cost. It's not just how much these contractors are getting paid an hour. It's how much it's costing us to train them. We all know here that, you know, when you get a new job, it takes 6 months to a year to finally get in gear. After that period of time, they're gone. And it's a revolving door that we're having to endure, and our students and staff are paying it because of lack of services that we can give in a timely fashion.
Thank you.
Bartley?
What's the cure for reducing the number of contractors?
I think, first of all, is that you give them a living wage. That's simple, okay? You give them benefits.
Our employees, you mean?
Our employees, okay? I don't think there's anybody at this table here that doesn't have medical benefits, okay? Where are they going to go if they can't get it? I worked with a girl that was a contractor that had to wait 3 months for a bad tooth in her mouth, you know, that she needed to have filled because she didn't have medical insurance for the dentist. 3 months with a tooth that's aching? How is she able to do her job? She's, you know, I would be paying attention more to the pain in my mouth than what I'm doing. And that's, you know, if you want her to be, you know, outgoing, efficient, you're losing that when that happens. So I think that's one of the things to consider.
Right, and so what Joe said is the pay and benefits for our own employees, and then we can keep them, and we don't have the vacancies where they're contracting out. Just one quick example, I think it was Kent County decided to contract out their bus services, and they hired a firm here in Baltimore. Well, have you been on the bridge in August and September when school starts? The buses never got there. And so they realized that they needed to increase the pay to attract the folks that are actually living in that county to be the bus drivers and not contract that service out.
Ms. Haley?
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate you coming this morning. You mentioned that you're having to give up your planning periods to do substitute teaching. Can you talk about the policy obstacles to having adequate substitutes?
Well, it first starts with we can't keep the people that we have. So if we could retain our educators that are our permanent employees through reduced workload, higher pay, more autonomy, and really giving them the supports that they needed, we wouldn't need as many substitutes. And then there is a low pay across the state for substitutes. In some places it's $75 for the day to substitute. We often don't provide any training for somebody who's going to come into the classroom. And we just, people, as we're seeing in the hiring shortage across the state in the services, they're hard to come by. They also have to pay for their own fingerprinting when they come in to be a substitute. If they take too long of a break in service, they have to get fingerprinted again, which we don't disagree. We want to make sure that people are safe in front of our students, but all of that is time and money. And so teachers are using up their planning time to cover because we just don't have enough of the regular teachers that they're supposed to be in those classes. Yeah.
I also, I started my career as a substitute teacher. And as a substitute teacher, you don't get medical benefits. You don't get dental. You don't get vision. So, and every single day, you're wondering, and there's great anxiety about whether or not you're going to even work that day. So there's no job security at all. You hope that somebody's sick, which is an unfortunate thing to be hoping for. So in certain counties, I think in Montgomery County right now, their substitute teachers have part of their contract that they can have, they can be members of their union, and they're eligible to have some of the benefits that are required. It would be a great idea if we had permanent substitute teachers in the state so that the subs could be full-time employees and just go from school to school and not have that anxiety about whether or not I'm even going to work today. And, the concept of our retirees coming back and subbing under the working conditions that they're coming back into right now, we're having a difficult time recruiting those experienced teachers who could come in and manage a class.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bartley?
I have a question regarding substitute teachers. Is there a program in place that helps and encourages people who are transitioning from college where they didn't realize they wanted to be a teacher and then they become a substitute teacher? And is there a pathway for them to matriculate from being a substitute teacher to a full-time teacher? And are there programs in place to help that become a reality, because we have this pipeline shortage, and I was wondering whether or not the pipeline shortage is being addressed by encouraging substitute teachers to become full-time teachers and providing them a program and pathway to become a
Right.
full-time teacher.
So there are in some districts, there's a resident teacher program. I know as part of Superintendent Chaudhry's priorities is a Grow Your Own program, and we absolutely support that program for anyone who's a substitute, paraeducators, anyone who's looking to become a teacher, and creating that pathway. Part of that is making sure when they're doing their internships that they continue to get paid. Because if I have to do an internship and I'm going to go on unpaid leave, that's not going to help. It's also giving them the time to take the coursework that is needed. So it's a pathway for anyone who's really looking to get into the teaching profession, is the Grow Your Own. Also, we have a lot of conditionally certified teachers that are out there, and that's somebody who has a bachelor's in something else and then decides, I want to get into teaching. They can come on as a conditional teacher. The issue with that right now is it's a short certificate. I believe it's a 2-year.
On paper, it says 2 years, but on
Right.
paper, it's actually a year and a half because of how the
Time.
systems.
So it's a 2-year certificate, but at that time, they're teaching full-time and taking all of their college courses. And so I know in the new certification regulations that are being looked at is to make that a 5-year program so they can have that time. But the key thing to all of this, Mr. Bartley, is the support and induction that they can get in the schools. Because we can't let them just sink or swim. We have to provide more mentoring, more coaching, and those people who have full-time loads, we can't do that. I was a mentor in Baltimore County. I can't teach my full classroom load and help you as a teacher. We need to provide that induction and that mentoring to help folks, but there is a Grow Your Own.
And there might even be some supports that could be given for those career changers, because I was a career changer. I had 29 first graders my first year teaching. If we could allow for the teachers, the conditional teachers, to have the time to take their classes, to work on their courses. The resident teacher programs vary. Each jurisdiction has their own program. And if there were some consistency, it would be wonderful. But I took 18 credits my first summer, 12 credits my second summer, and 9. It took me 3 years to complete. And it was a great peril to my family because I was away from my children a lot. So we have to make sure that we bring people on and not make them run out the door before they get to finish. And I won't even get into the praxis. So
No.
that's a whole nother conversation about what can be wrong in the universe.
Mr. Bakum?
Thank you, Ms. Bose and officers MSEA for your presentation. I just had a question. Can you briefly elaborate on your other advocacy measures that you take in working with local school systems and also with working with different organizations throughout the state? As you know, there's a lot of them. Some of the acronyms.
There are a lot of acronyms, yes. So each of our locals, they work on a variety of initiatives. I'm just going to pick out one because I happen to be there on Saturday. We are working with the National Education Association to support the Minority Scholars Program in Montgomery County, which is giving voice to students, particularly of color, so that they can get into higher level classes, see their own voice, and really get experiences. We do collaborate, as I said, with BTU, the Baltimore Teachers Union. I won't use the acronyms in that. We also have done coalition partners with Strong Schools Maryland, NAACP, others to get the blueprint passed and make sure that it is implemented. Our government relations team collaborate with a lot of different groups to make sure that we can obviously get legislation passed that is supportive. And as we move forward, our goal is to collaborate really with folks who want to support the students and the educators in the schools. And we do a lot of things with partnerships, whether they're private partners or public partners in that work. And we work a lot with our legislative leaders as well in doing that. We've worked with various parts of the student council and our school board members at the local level. I know many of our local presidents partner with our school board members as well. Was there anything else that you? Yeah.
Ms. Morrow?
Thank you all for being here this morning. I just want to offer my personal thanks for everything that the MSEA does, working with the locals, in supporting educators and support professionals across it. We know that everything we do here is not going to work if we don't have the teachers in the classrooms and the bus drivers and secretaries and everybody else in between working towards the same goal. So I appreciate the advocacy. I've had the opportunity, obviously, to work with you all as well. And we all want to just keep those student focus in the center so that we can make Maryland education the best possible. So thank you.
Thank you. When I was in the classroom, I often said a happy teacher makes for happy, productive students. So I still believe that to this day. So thank you all for the time.
Do you work with higher education? Because we hear from teachers now and then that when they go in the classroom, a lot they've learned in college doesn't fit or it didn't meet all the needs. Are you working with them?
Well, we have more work to do, I would say, in that area. We do work with higher ed. Our aspiring educator chapters are in many of our systems. We have a big chapter at Bowie and also at Frostburg, I know, or two in some of our community colleges. So we work with the students that are in the pipeline as part of our aspiring educators, and we have a whole list of professional development led by our great staff that stood up. They provide professional development for those folks. We are reaching out even more into the higher education realm. We are now going to be organizing community colleges, and we're hoping that as we organize them, then we develop more partnerships to provide more of that hands-on help so when they get into the classroom. I know one of the things that Superintendent Chaudhary and I are working on is how they get support once they're in their internship in our schools. We have to make that broad-based so that they're getting great teachers to be with and mirror so that they can get some of that training that they maybe didn't get in higher ed.
I might call on those that are participating virtually, Senator Bates or Dr. Getty or Dr. Green. Do you have any questions for Ms. Boast and her team? If you do, certainly we'd be happy to hear from you, but I didn't want to overlook you. So if you have a comment, please offer it. Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Green? Dr. Green?
Well, first of all, good morning. It's a pleasure to have the teachers here. I was a teacher in Prince George's County for a lot of years, an administrator in Prince George's County for a lot of years. I had an opportunity to mentor teachers in Charles County. Also, I was a substitute teacher, so I've kind of done it all. And I appreciate you coming and speaking up, especially for the substitute teachers. I remember when I served as a substitute teacher in Prince George's County, and as one of your staff said, Ms. Bose, that you went from day to day not knowing where you're going to work. Well, in my case, that was okay, but I knew I worked with some people who really depended upon that income. So I'm glad that you're being an advocate for the substitute teachers. Now, I've heard mention the bus drivers, the support personnel, the students, teachers, of course, but I haven't heard much about what MSEA or NEA is doing for our parents who have not given their children to the schools. They've merely hired personnel to teach their children. I think it is important, and you may already have those kind of programs in place. It is important to have some kind of information vehicle to the parents. And I say that especially as NEA and MSEA begin to have different initiatives where they have brought in other kinds of organizations into the schools, that it is paramount that this be done in full transparency with the parents, because it's the parents who should have ultimate control over what their students hear, over what their students are taught, over what their children see. So I hope that going forward, that I know that MSEA is just one of 50 or 50 segments of NEA, but I do hope that NEA and MSEA, and I can only speak with you all because you are our chapter, that you would make a special effort to keep our parents informed about what their children are learning, making effort to include a parent voice as curriculum is being developed, as new programs are initiated in the schools. So those are my comments. But again, thank you, my colleagues, former teachers, and especially former substitute teachers.
Well, thank you. Yes, Maryland works with the PTA. We are excited to work with the new leadership under the Maryland, the Free State PTA, I think is the new name. We put the checklist together for health and safety in conjunction with the Maryland PTA, and our locals do as well. As you know, we as the association do not set curriculum. Our school systems set curriculum, and we will continue to support truth and honesty in our curriculum, and so that our educators have the ability to use the tools and resources they need to best educate all of our students. And we believe parents have a big input when we talk about our community schools, and when we do bargaining for the common good in several of our locals, we include the voice of parents. So thank you for your comments.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. I think you've done a tremendous work for not just educators, but all extending to your student and the community. With so many things, area that we can improve. I would just like to look at from a different lens of perspective that could we have you been done to look at different industry, kind of facing similar challenges as you do and adapt or kind of learn from each other. I think sometimes it's okay to ask, hey, what do you do to make your industry more perspective than the others? Thank you.
That's a good idea. And I think that goes into our transformative. How do we make education look different so that we can meet the needs of today's workforce?
Ms. Boast and Ms. Dudley and Mr. Coughlin, I want to thank you on behalf of the State Board for being here today. I think we've all learned a little bit more, I know I certainly have, about all the good things that are happening at MSEA. I think we have always appreciated the relationship that the State Board has with MSEA. Ms. Boast, you're here at most of our meetings, and we appreciate the opportunity to hear from you and also for you to hear from us about the issues that are before the Maryland State Board. We've always appreciated that partnership. That partnership needs to continue to be strengthened because there are challenges in education that all of us need to be giving 100% of our efforts to making better for teachers and every other constituency group that adds to the success of education in the state of Maryland. So we appreciate all you do. We do appreciate so much what the teachers do. They are, as Ms. Morrow indicated, they're the ones that implement what it is that we all feel together is going to be best for the students in the state of Maryland. So thank you for the part that you play in that very important effort. We're grateful for that. We have challenges. Transformation is the theme.
Yes, it is.
It seems to run throughout all aspects of education today. And it's a good theme. And we all need to work together to transform all the areas that we are a part of in the educational system that will make education better for the kids in our state. So we thank you for your part in that. We look forward to working with you. The collaboration effort, it continues to be more important than ever. So thanks for being here today. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the time.
Yes,
Thank you
indeed.
for having us.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is a guest presenter. We have with us today Karen Chenoweth, and I know all of you have had the opportunity to look at the book which she has authored, Districts That Succeed. We'll turn to Superintendent Chaudhary for an introduction of our presenter.
Thank you, Vice President Dashell. I'm going to read a bit of Karen's bio before she begins. I'm excited to have Ms. Chenoweth here today to present on topics that I often obsess about, I would say, on a weekly basis. So Karen Chenoweth, right, she is a writer in residence at the Education Trust, and she leads the organization's efforts to learn from and write about successful and improving schools and with significant populations of students of color and children from poverty. Before she joined the Ed Trust, she wrote a weekly column on schools and education for the Washington Post, and before that, she was a senior editor for Black Issues in Higher Education, and she has done many projects working as a freelance writer as well. And one of her most important jobs was a parent volunteer in Montgomery County Public Schools, where her children went through schools. I think her daughter is here today in the back, joining her.
Graduate of Maryland School.
Graduate of Maryland Schools. And she holds a master's degree from Columbia University School of Journalism and a bachelor's from Barnard College. Of course, you know, I'm not one for book clubs, but I told you guys to read a book. You know, if you haven't finished it yet, that's okay. I hope you do finish it before we publish our strategic plan. You know, there's, I call her work a rarity nowadays. It's easy to write about problems. It's easy to write about the achievement gap. It's easy to write about what's going wrong. We do it a lot. There's not a lot of writing that focuses on solutions, or what I call solutions-oriented journalism. And her writing I put in that class of writing. And these are not like wonderkind miracle type stories. These are systemic changes at scale, getting it done for children in poverty, children of color, and school systems. And so it's something I obsess about, and I'm grateful for her writing because it has shaped my thinking as a systems leader, because I'm also constantly thinking about scale. So I wanted her to come and present. She says she's never done something like this and gotten the time, and so I'm glad I've been able to give it to her. And I also found out that she's retiring, so this is kind of like a last hurrah in a way as she rides off to the sunset. Thank you, Karen, for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for inviting me. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about my work and what I've found. So, back in can you hear?
You can bring it up a little more.
I can bring it up. Back in 2004, I went to work for the Education Trust, and my job was to help find and learn from schools that do what we advocate for, helping all their children learn a great deal. The idea was that the educators in these schools had figured out some things and had solved some problems that the rest of the field could learn from. Most of what I've learned is in these books, all published by the Harvard Education Press. Today I'm going to share two big things I've observed in the dozens of schools I've studied, and then I want to talk a little bit about districts and share what I've learned from them. And finally, I'll talk about a few things that might make sense, that I think might make sense to focus on as a state board. But first, I want to talk a little bit about how I approach my work and how it fits into the world of education research. By training, I'm a reporter. When I first started at Ed Trust, I decided I could either study the research literature or I could go visit schools. And true to my training, I decided to go visit schools. How did I pick them? I always started with the data. For example, this scatter plot shows all the elementary schools in a state, in Ohio, arrayed by the percentage of students who receive free and reduced price lunch on the x-axis, and on the y-axis, it's the achievement. It's a pretty typical pattern. You've probably seen one or millions of them like this. I don't know. It's an old graph, but you can pretty much replicate this in Maryland, in the nation, any state, any year. And as you can see, the big pattern is that as poverty increases, academic achievement tends to decrease. This basic correlation between achievement and socioeconomic background of students, of course, was first described by James Coleman in 1965. To give a little context for the Coleman report, it was commissioned as part of the Great Society push by President Johnson. He had been a teacher in his early adulthood, teaching in a segregated school, serving Mexican Americans in Texas, and he believed very strongly in the power of schools to educate all kids and to make kids smarter. He was getting ready, of course, to spend a huge amount of money, send a lot of money to schools with Title I, and he believed that money would make a difference. But he wanted Coleman, social scientist from Johns Hopkins here in Maryland, to provide intellectual heft to that argument. Coleman studied thousands of schools, gave hundreds of thousands of tests to children to measure their academic achievement, because remember, this is before the era of testing. He found that African American children and children from low-income homes were provided on average with less adequate schools than white and middle-class children, So far, so good, as far as Johnson was concerned. But then Coleman said that when he controlled for all the school factors he measured, staffing, number of books in the library, and so forth, academic achievement was more a matter of family background than anything that schools did. This shocked not only Johnson, but much of the education world. He seemed to be saying that it did not matter what schools did. Now, mind you, there were a lot of things Coleman couldn't measure about school quality, but nevertheless, the Coleman Report has had a huge effect on the field of education, serving to discourage educators from thinking they can have much of an effect on student achievement, particularly when children come from low-income families. People who want to cast doubt on whether schools can make a difference still quote the Coleman Report. He did say that some schools seem to have a bigger effect than others, particularly for African American children, but he left it at that, calling for more research. Two people notably took him up on that call. The first one was Sir Michael Rutter. He's today a world-famous psychiatrist honored for important contributions to the field, but back in the early 70s, before he was world famous, he got interested in Coleman's study and wondered if it was true that some schools had more of an effect than others. He took advantage of the fact that there had been a huge study of London children from low-income families, complete with lots of information. Father's job status, grades, teacher observations, disciplinary records. You'll notice no mother's job status, but it was the 60s. For the most part, those children went on to 12 high schools in a rather dismal part of London, and Rutter and his team followed them and found that indeed, when they controlled for all the background factors, some schools had more of an effect than others. This was a big, major finding, and Harvard University Press published his study called 15,000 Hours, which is roughly the number of hours children are in school. This quote is from a talk he did explaining the study, and what I think is important is the idea that outcomes are associated with the characteristics of schools as social institutions. So that's like not individual efforts, but social institutions. About the same time Rutter was working on his study, U.S. educator and researcher Ronald Edmonds also got interested in Coleman's findings. He reanalyzed the data for Michigan schools and identified schools where African American children did as well or better than white children, and children from low-income families did as well as children from middle-class families. Then he studied them. And this is how he described his research method. First, you identify schools that have the outcomes you're interested in. Then you watch them to try to figure out what makes them different from ineffective schools. A few years into my work for EdTrust, I realized I had replicated his research model. That was what I was doing. And I was identifying schools with outcomes I was interested in, high academic achievement, and then watching them to see what made them different. And so look at this graph again, and notice these three markers, these three top schools. They're clearly performing above their peers. They're what could be considered outlier schools. Those are the schools I have sought out and visited and written about. In other words, I start with academic success and then figure out why those schools are successful. My big conclusion is they're doing everything right. But that's a little broad and not very helpful. You see my problem. So let me share two things that I've seen in all these schools and try and be a little more helpful. The first is that every one of them holds some version of this meeting. I'm not going to explain exactly what's going on. If you're interested, I'm happy to explain. But in essence, these are teachers looking at data to identify problems, identify possible solutions, see the effect of previous solutions they had put in place, expose expertise within the group, and identify gaps in their collective knowledge. It is in meetings like this one where educators are able to ask what I call the most powerful question in education. Your kids are doing better than mine. What are you doing? This is a question that can be asked up and down the profession, at the classroom level, the grade level, the school level, the district level, even the state level. It's the question that exposes expertise in order to share it and learn from it. But note, a lot of things have to be in place in order to have this meeting. You have to have a shared understanding of what students need to learn, a shared agreement on how to assess whether students have learned it, a shared way of displaying information about whether students have learned it, a shared time and place for all those involved in student learning to study and discuss this question, and a culture of trust. What I mean by a culture of trust is educators need to feel comfortable exposing their failures and ignorance about a topic. For a teacher in this meeting to say, yeah, your kids are doing better than mine, what are you doing? That exposes that their kids are not doing as well. They need to know that this will be welcomed and met with help, not censure. In other words, these teachers are engaged in deep collaboration. But deep collaboration is antithetical to how we have organized schools. What do I mean by that? The origin story of American schools is the one-room schoolhouse, where whatever training teachers had helped them take complete control of their classroom and run it. This was necessary. That's not a criticism. But it led to a professional practice built around the isolated, autonomous, idiosyncratic practice of individual teachers who were completely self-reliant. Today we have, buildings with lots and lots of classrooms, but they're still organized around that isolated, autonomous, individual, idiosyncratic practice of teachers who may not even know their colleagues, much less know what they're teaching, how they're teaching it, or how successful their students are. As you may know, researchers call this the egg crate school to indicate that they're connected in a single building, but they operate separately. Even today, teachers are not, for the most part, taught what it means to deeply collaborate with their colleagues on how to what to teach kids, how to teach it, how to tell if kids have learned it, and what to do if they don't. I'm not the only one to talk about the importance of collaboration. There's a lot of research that supports the idea that deep collaboration is important in school improvement, and I'm happy to provide you with citations if you're interested. But the question is, if collaboration is important, how do we get from an egg crate school to a deeply collaborative school? And that leads me to my second big observation in these schools. Every single one of them has a principal, or had a principal, depending on the timeline, who considered it their job to lead collaboration. Often that required teaching teachers how to collaborate, because collaboration does not come naturally to anyone. And teachers have been taught to be lone rangers, so it particularly doesn't come naturally to them. It takes a minute before they understand and are able to collaborate in the kinds of deep ways displayed in that photo I showed. But principals are also key to establishing the conditions necessary to ensure that these meetings happen, providing the time and space necessary, for example, and establishing a culture of trust and respect. I am not the first to observe how important principals are to school improvement. Michael Rutter did it, and Ronald Edmonds in 1982 said, there is a substantial agreement on the role of leadership. That's not a theory, it's a discovery. It's a discovery I made, it's a discovery he made, and that discovery was later confirmed by large-scale research that found in the absence of school leadership, improving student achievement is nearly impossible to achieve. This research was in 2004, then reconfirmed in 2010, and it was just reconfirmed a few months ago by Jason Grissom, Anna Egalite, and Constance Lindsay in a big report that just came out from the Wallace Foundation. And the big implication is if states actually have strategies for cultivating a principal workforce, that will be an important strategy for school improvement. But what's so special about effective principals? What is it that they do? Because it's not that they make every decision in a school. If schools are little towns where millions of decisions are made every day, deciding how to talk to people, how to greet the buses. There's just a lot of decisions. If principals are making all the decisions, they become completely sclerotic. So the question is, what is effective about a principal? So I'm going to show you a few of the principals I've visited and studied and not worked with, but written about, and let you see what I've seen. So this is Molly Bensinger-Lacey. She took one of the lowest performing schools in Virginia, and within 5 years it was one of the top performing schools in Virginia. And so I hate it when people read slides to me, but if anybody has a desire for me, should I read the slides or not?
You could read the quote, yeah, that's fine.
Pardon?
Yeah, you could read that.
I'll read,
yeah.
okay, they're short quotes. Through my teaching experiences, I learned that my students were capable of learning just about anything I was capable of teaching. So that's Molly Bensinger-Lacey. This is Von Shepard, who led enormous improvement. It was the lowest performing school in St. Paul, which means one of the lowest performing schools in Minnesota. And by the time he left, it was an average performing school, which was an astounding feat, really. And he had this, belief that it was important to dispel the myth that his children could not learn to high standards, that they're not as smart as white kids. We're on a mission to conquer every myth and every test. This is Barbara Adderley. Elementary in Baltimore County, and it serves, I haven't looked at the demographics in the last year or so, but when she was there, it served mostly African American students and a new immigrant population, mostly from the Middle East. And this is what she had to say. And I hope you're noticing the little graphs, because I'm showing the how this was. I think that's advanced. If I can, if you can read it. I think that's advanced in comparison to Maryland. So the school is in comparison to Maryland.
I do believe that we can, that all the kids can learn if they're taught in the right way. And the biggest turn-on for me is when I have a teacher who comes to me in first grade and says, but I have, or any grade and says, but I have the children who can't. And those are fighting words for Bonnie.
You see why I wanted to show you that one. This is Sharon Brittingham. She took one of the lowest performing schools in Delaware, and it became one of the top performing schools in, not Maryland, sorry, Delaware. And it became one of the top performing schools in Delaware until her retirement, and then she became a coach all around the state. And teachers have to believe that they can teach all children, And illustrating that point is Diane Skrika, who led enormous improvement at Elmont High School. By the time I got to Elmont, she had already left. She had gone on to a district job somewhere else. But I tracked her down. She was then a superintendent, and I tracked her down and I asked her about how she led the improvement at Elmont and what it looked like before she kind of transformed it.
When teachers don't feel that they can do it, and they don't have the support, they start blaming kids, and they say that, oh, these kids I can't work with, they don't want to do it, their parents don't help, what do you expect me to do? That's a teacher who doesn't have the pedagogical set of skills to make a difference in their classroom. And that's indicative of a school that has become dysfunctional. When you start pointing to what the kids didn't do rather than what you can do to make it better.
And finally, Craig Gaffeller, who himself grew up quite in a very poor family. He led a lot of improvement at Westgate Elementary School. I don't have the data, but his statement was, the route for poor children out of poverty is us. Big picture, what I've seen is that effective principals believe that all kids can learn, and it's the responsibility of all adults in the building to ensure that they do. But I kept going to schools. I mean, I believe this is very important, but what I noticed over time was, this isn't like Peter Pan. You can't just clap and believe and think that you're going to get high achievement. And so what I want to show you is what I kept hearing from the principals. Terry Tomlinson, who led enormous improvement and led her school to be one of the top performing schools in Alabama, I knew achievement wouldn't be a problem once we got the systems in place. It's all about the systems, said Ricardo. And Sergio Garcia, who led enormous improvement in his high school, he's still principal there. Schools are systems within systems within systems. You're seeing a pattern here, I think. And Conrad Lopes, who led enormous improvement in a high school in Fayetteville, kind of put a pin on it. Beliefs mean nothing if you don't know how to build a master schedule. We can talk a lot about what I mean about systems, what they mean about systems. This is pretty much what this is, oh, that's funny. Well, I'm missing a slide, but basically, it's what I wrote, Schools That Succeed, is really about the systems. And we can talk a lot about them. It involves schedule, really mundane things, very detailed things, like master schedules and other kinds of things like that. The beliefs are important because it's hard work, and you can't do the work necessary if you don't believe it's possible to get the work to succeed. But it is hard, difficult work. So I'm going to shift gears here a little bit and talk about districts, but I want to give you an opportunity to ask questions or make comments up until this point. If you have any questions, if there's anything that's unclear or that I haven't been clear about, yeah.
Ms. Moskowska.
I have a question, and not because something was unclear, but when these super effective principals left those schools and those systems that principal built, did you ever, in your research, go back and see if those systems stayed in place, or if new leadership sometimes broke down those systems, and then we went from being here and we're dropping because the system and the person who believed in the system went away?
What a nice segue to the next section. Because I saw that, no, I saw that endlessly. It was incredibly painful. Molly Bensinger-Lacey, who led such enormous improvement at Graham Road in Fairfax County, she left in place an assistant principal who was ready to take over, inexperienced, but an assistant principal, certified. She offered to mentor through that. The district had a different idea, and they brought in someone from outside the district. They did a national search. Can you hear how I feel about that? They did a national search. They brought in someone who did not keep up the systems. Resumes flew out the door because these are, once you've got this kind of school that's operating at that kind of level for a very low-income community, those teachers are sought after. They are recruited. They can get a job in 10 minutes. And he came in, I'll tell you what gave them the clue. He hired somebody without taking any advice from anybody. And the resumes just flew out the door. It's now the lowest performing school or one of the lowest performing schools in Virginia, again. Molly and I have had many tearful conversations about that. Barbara Adderley led enormous, and this was such a heroic effort to get Stanton Elementary from one of the lowest schools in Philadelphia to an average performing school in Pennsylvania. Enormous effort. She left 3 people who were certified to be principal. District put in somebody who had put in their time as an assistant principal at a nearby school, dismantled all the systems immediately, the professional development system, the student support system, every system that was in place. And two of the people who were certified to be principal, they immediately got jobs as principal and assistant principal in another district. The school deteriorated, the discipline problems were out of control. They closed the school. So this is something that happens. It doesn't always happen. So what's the difference? Well, when districts understand, and by districts I mean superintendents, assistant superintendents, when they understand what goes into a high-performing school, the kinds of systems, they put in someone who can continue and build and improve rather than destroy. You know, again, teachers are trained to take control of their school, their classroom. Principals are trained to take control of their school and develop a vision and bring in a vision. They're not always trained to really understand the strengths and to develop collaboration. So this is one of the reasons why I decided to look at districts, because for one thing, let's see, effective schools are not perpetual motion machines. I mean, they need continual attention and leadership. And 2, you can fix schools all you want. If they sit in dysfunctional districts, they won't stay fixed. And this is enormously painful. So I can keep going because that was the segue. That was but if you have any other questions before I keep going.
Ms. Halley.
So you've discovered these best practices in schools, and you've published and you've talked about it. And it seems to me that the things that you're saying would work for all schools, not just low-performing schools, but those that are performing well and have opportunity to be even better. So what's the obstacle? When you see people coming in and they take apart a school that's performing well, is that a training obstacle? Is it a policy obstacle? What is keeping us from cementing in best practices?
I think well, that's a good question. I don't know if I can formulate a great answer right now, but I think it will emerge actually from the presentation. But I think there's a policy problem, and I think there's a practice problem. And the practice problem has to do with not everybody believes all kids can learn. And so what they do is they have a program they like, they have a way they like to operate, they have a vision, and they're not necessarily looking at, is that working for all kids? And if not, how do you adjust? How do you fix it? Because what works today may not work tomorrow. I don't know if this is exactly on point, but just to illustrate this point, I was speaking to some principals in Northern California a few years ago up in Shasta County, and I said, well, who has a high mobility rate? And I said, well, what do you do, to incorporate your new students into your school? And he said, well, we have student ambassadors, and they show the kids around, and they show them where to have lunch and so forth. And I said, well, does it work? And he said, well, I don't know. Educators are really good at noticing a problem, coming up with a solution, and implementing it. They do that. That's sort of what they do. Doing the rest of the process of actually figuring out, did it work, that's tedious, actually. You have to go to the new students, you have to say, well, how are you feeling? Do you feel part of the school? Do you know who to have lunch with? That's the hard part, and it isn't often done. And it's this, there's a mentality problem, there's a policy problem. I think that's your job. I don't know. I'm sorry, that's not a great answer.
Well, I'm still in here. There we go. So it occurs to me in the podcast and in your presentation that there's this tension between wanting to liberate teachers to be creative and innovative and responsive to the situation, and wanting them to have some consistency of inquiry and data-driven thinking, and trying to find that balance that allows you to keep the framework that allows for the continued success, but liberates teachers to do what they do best, is the question we haven't really been able to successfully tack down in a way that has longevity.
No, I think that's right. I do think that we've asked teachers to do the wrong things. We've asked them to create curricula. And, I mean, this is enormously complex job, and there's some amazing statistic that 80% of teachers look on Pinterest, something like that, for lesson plans and so forth. So we're asking them to write the music, compose the music, and play it, when really playing it is a really hard job. And you can't do it as well if you're composing the music at the same time. And by the way, you're doing it on Sunday night, and you're playing on Monday. So I often say we've got the decision-making kind of in the wrong places. Principals often tell teachers how to have their seats and how to, whether to have cooperative learning groups or lecture or whatever it is the principal cares about. Those are teacher-level decisions, and then we're asking teachers to create curriculum. Well, that's a district-level decision. So we've got wrong decision-making, the wrong level of decision-making at sort of every level. Teaching itself is a very creative process. Creating the curriculum is another very creative. Asking all of that of teachers is really, really hard. Did that answer the question?
It does, thank you.
Ms. McCusker.
Do you find in these schools that are really succeeding that one of the systems and structures that's in place is the gift of time?
Absolutely.
An intentional gift of time. That
Absolutely.
I saw some quotes about master scheduling, and I read the book, so but it seems to me that one of the things that teachers are always asking for is time, that there's just never enough time. You want this, and you want this, and you want this, but nobody's creating the structures underneath of it to make those things happen. So us as policymakers, and when we look at trying to scale this as your book does, it seems to me as a teacher that time is one of those key elements that these leaders are building in for teachers. Is that what you found?
Absolutely, and it's very hard to find that time. I'll tell you about Molly Benzinger-Lacey. She found an hour. Finding an hour is really hard, right? So she found an hour a day, and this was to allow an extra, every grade level then had an hour a week to work together. In order to do that, what she did was she worked with the teachers. She got them to agree to come in half an hour early 1 day a week, and in exchange they could leave at the bell time on Friday. So that's that. Then she worked with all the teacher aides and specialists like librarian to greet the students in the morning, do the kind of lunch money, turning in homework, morning meeting, sort of the first half hour. So she got half an hour from the teachers, then plus half an hour from the teacher aide. The systems that had to go into that are enormous. How you greet students, the morning routine, all the systems that had to go into making that hour for the teachers once a week, like for each teacher got once a week, was an enormous amount of work. A lot of principals are not going to do that. She knew it was key to the improvement of her school, so she did it. But not every principal understands how important that is. I think we've made a big mistake by thinking teachers are only working when they're in front of kids. Yeah. I mean, I spent hours preparing for this presentation, and I've already done this basic presentation many times, but I wanted it perfect for you people. And so I've spent hours on it. Can you imagine? I can't imagine doing that 5 times. And then, 180 times. Of course, the teaching can't possibly be as high level as you would want if teachers do not have time to really fully understand the curriculum, the lessons, the students, where the students are, like all of the things that go into really good teaching take time, and it takes time away from standing in front of the kids. So I think we don't understand that well enough, and we haven't allowed for that enough, and that's actually one of my calls to you at the end of this presentation is, like, it's a district issue, but it's something that you as a state board, I think, could make clear. You can't expect teachers to be teaching their best if they're always in front of kids, and a planning period isn't enough. There's a lot more that has to go into it.
You can move on.
All right, so I'll keep going. So the question you asked basically was what led me to want to study districts. And districts are really complicated. There's more than 13,000 districts, so I was kind of like, I don't know how I'm going to find the right districts. I'm going to have to go through all 50 states. It's going to be very complicated. But luckily, Sean Reardon at Stanford University saved me from this. To give you a little background, he is the professor of poverty and inequality of education at Stanford University. And in a lot of ways, he's the intellectual descendant of James Coleman. He uses large data sets to ask and answer questions about education. And he and his team of researchers at Stanford have arrayed about 10,000 districts, all but the tiniest in the county, by the socioeconomic status of their students, using the U.S. Community Survey, the Census Community Survey, and their academic achievement. And he uses their state achievement scores, but of course Maryland gives Park, and Delaware gives Smarter Balanced. They're not really meant to compare to each other. So what he does is he equates through NAEP. So he compares Maryland to Nape, and Nape to Delaware, and then he gets, by the transitive property, Maryland to Delaware. And it's very tricky. You wouldn't want to say this is better than that, but you can see the big pattern. And the big pattern is, although he's got the richer districts on the right and the poorer districts on the left, the big pattern is as poverty increases, academic achievement tends to decrease. But one thing I want you to notice is how big that span is. It's fairly narrow on this chart, but there are 4 grade levels. And that's not even counting the real outliers. There are 4 grade levels at almost every economic slice. So if we could just bring the bottom up to the top of their demographic slice, we'd still have an equity problem in this country. We'd still have big questions. It would not be as stomach-churningly horrible as it is right now. So one thing I should note is his data is always a couple years out of date. It's important, it's really important data. It's wonderful data, but you have to, if you find something, you have to go and look at the state report cards as well. And of course, COVID has messed with a lot of timelines. So for fun, you can tell I have a bizarre sense of fun. I plotted Maryland's districts on this chart, and you can see, now first of all, I have to say, it's missing Washington County. I don't know why, but I couldn't find Washington County in...
I don't think they're popping up.
Yeah,
Is it on there? Okay.
Is it popping up? Yeah, so these are...
There it is.
This is the labels. It's a little... I'm not a designer, so I just did, this. But you can see there's almost nobody who's at the top of their demographic slice except for Worcester County. So that makes me want to go say, what's going on in Worcester. There's improvement that everybody could have without breaking any huge, oh, Karen General is going to be interested. You could make a lot of improvement without being an outlier still. But I was looking for outliers. And so I started actually in Lexington, Massachusetts, which is the #1 district in the entire country. And it's not a place I normally kind of go to. It's very wealthy. It's not the wealthiest in the country, but it's certainly one of the wealthiest. It is the tippy top of academic achievement. And you can see it's about 7,000 students. It was one of the districts that was called Lily White back in the 60s. It has since had a large immigration from mostly South Asian families. Lexington, the children of Lexington are literally the children of rocket scientists because there's an MIT lab there. Very low, very high income, but it has been a participant in what's called METCO for many, many years since the 60s, which is the longest running voluntary desegregation program in the country. Thousands of students are bused from Boston out to the suburbs, and so that is what primarily gives Lexington its African American and Hispanic population. Let's see. So what I found interesting about Lexington was 10 years before Reardon's analysis, it was not the top of the country. It wasn't even the top of Massachusetts. One of the reasons was because of its achievement gap. So one thing you should know is that in the I already said that. But let's look at this data from 2005. I'm just showing white and black, but they're similar gaps. You can guess at the other gaps in terms of low income, Hispanic, and so forth. So you can see, so green is advanced, yellow is proficient, orange is needs improvement, and red is fail. And in 2005, you can see that African American students, very few of them were advanced. About half were proficient. whereas the white students, they were all proficient, or almost all, and about half advanced. The new superintendent, Paul Ash, considered that a shame, and it was a moral imperative for him to fix this. And then, as time went on, he said, if we're really going to change the system, we're going to help all our kids achieve at higher levels, not just the weaker students. This gets to your point. And ultimately, that's what happened over a 7 to 8 year period. And in 2017, you can see there's still a gap at the advanced level, but all the African American students are proficient, and the white students have improved their advanced standing as well. So not only did the African American students improve, the white students improved as well. I didn't mention, you probably know, but the 10th grade MCAS is the graduation requirement, but it's become kind of a thing. You want to pass it in 10th grade. You don't want to wait until you're graduating. So it's an important marker of academic achievement in Massachusetts. So what did they do? What they said made a difference sounds simple again. They started noticing when children were failing, and they got them help immediately. At the elementary level, this meant adjusting their reading instruction. At the secondary level, it meant requiring students to attend a few weeks of working with teachers on whatever particular knowledge or skill they were lacking during the school day. All of this required that teachers collaborate together to learn from each other and help each other spot problems, devise solutions, and assess whether those solutions worked. There are a lot more details, but it's pretty simple. What happened was a superintendent noticed that some students weren't doing well, and he addressed it, and in the process helped all students. So there are other outliers to look at. The one I noticed immediately when he published was Steubenville, Ohio, and the reason is because if you remember this graph, those 3 arrows, those are all 3 elementary schools in Steubenville. I had been to Steubenville many times when Reardon had published. But I will say this, if I can ever travel again, I'd love to go to that dot right above. That's South Texas ISD, and I'd love to find out what they're doing. This is Steubenville. Steubenville's a very sad town. If you've ever driven through it, you may have. It's what gave rise. It's one of the places that gave rise to the term Rust Belt. That's a steel mill rusting. The last time I was there, most of it had been taken down, so it may be gone now. It lies across from West Virginia on the Ohio River. And it's been losing population for many decades, for about 2 decades. And it's down to about 2,400 students, most of whom are white, but it's been integrated right from for a long time. And the school system was integrated before Brown versus Board, so that gives you a sense, which makes it quite an outlier within its area. West Virginia, of course, was segregated, and much of Ohio as well. So most of the students come from low-income homes. So I'm just going to show you a little data. The blue bar is Steubenville, the yellow bar is Ohio, the green bar is similar districts in Ohio. This is grade 3. You can see English language arts and math. They are just knocking the socks off this, and they have been for many, many years, as a matter of fact. Not just at the elementary level. This is their 4-year graduation rate over time. And you can see they were a very respectable 91% in 2014, wasn't good enough. And I talked to the superintendent a little while ago. I don't think the official data is out yet, but their graduation rate has held. It's 99, 100, 98, it's right in there. And the superintendent is Melinda Young. She says, we have changed the path of poverty. The school district as a whole is committed to making Steubenville not a sad town anymore, and we will see if they succeed. So what did they do? I wanted to give you just a little bit. About 20 years ago, it incorporated Success for All as a program, which of course incorporates much of the research about how children learn to read math and how they learn to read and do math, and updates regularly depending on the research. It also has systems that require teachers and school leaders to collaborate and look at data and engage with parents. And a few years ago, Steubenville decided it needed a more systematic approach in its secondary schools, and it brought Success for All into its middle school and brought early college and high schools that work to its high school to help make sure the students were being prepared for college and careers. One of the hallmarks of high schools that work, by the way, is that it requires schools to work through a cycle of problem solving. That is essentially the scientific method. So that's Steubenville. There are other ways to find districts to learn from. One, Sean Reardon ran an analysis for me that was more districts where African American students are learning at faster rates than white students. And so I went through that list, and one of those districts really caught my eye because it, I went through the state report cards, and it not only were African American students learning at a faster rate, but as a district, it was moving forward rapidly. And so I went to Seaford Public Schools in Seaford, Delaware, Lower Delaware. It's pretty much dominated by the poultry industry, much like the Eastern Shore. And it's very mixed. It's brought a lot of immigrants from Haiti, from the Philippines, from Central America, but it also has its traditional black and white population. So it's a very diverse district. And in 2013, it was one of the lowest performing districts in Delaware. So 2 of its 4 elementary schools were Priority Plus, which is the lowest performing 5% of schools in the state. The 3rd was about to go on that list. The 4th was meh. It was okay. It was, nothing to write home about, but it was not on anybody's list. And the new superintendent, Dave Parrington, came in. He said, I knew if we got the right team here, we could be extremely successful, and our students would be extremely successful. So he was guided by a few ideas, including school principles are the core of improvement. Relationships and understanding the students you serve are important. Equity is important. That is a commitment to the achievement of all students, not as a slogan, but as something really worked on every day. And one thing he did to demonstrate that commitment was to address the demographic imbalance among the 4 elementary schools. So I said one was okay. That had become the school where savvy middle-class parents would, kind of really maneuver to get their kids into. And Dr. Parrington asked demographers at the University of Delaware to draw new school boundaries so that all the elementary schools would represent the full community. I don't have to tell you that was a courageous thing to do. He simplified the process by making the 4 elementary schools, he divided them to K2 and 3-5, and so then they just had to kind of divide in half. And each of the elementary schools today reflect the demographics of the entire district. This move was not without controversy, but he and his board held to a commitment that all schools should reflect the community and that they should all be excellent. He also brought in as an assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction Dr. Corey Miklas, who was extremely knowledgeable about reading instruction and who provided Seaford's, first their teaching assistants, then teachers, and then principals, with a lot of information about reading instruction. And after Dr. Parrington retired, Dr. Miklas became superintendent. So, yay Seaford. So let's look where Seaford's third graders were in the first administration of Smarter Balanced in 2015. So remind you, this is after 2 years of improvement. So you can see Delaware's on the right, and about half of Delaware students met, this is third grade English language arts, about half of the students in Delaware met standards, a little more than a third of the black students, a little more, about 2/3 of the white students. So big gaps, huge gaps. Really a terrible situation, except then you look at Seaford and you go, oh, well, Delaware's not so bad, because only a quarter of Seaford's black students were meeting standards, only fewer than half of their white students. So that's after a couple years of improvement, but look at what happened by the time Dave Parrington left. So you can see Delaware pretty much is the same, and Seaford has just sprung up. So 2/3 of all students, almost 3/4 of white students, and more than half of black students. So black students would have overtaken the white students in Seaford, except that the white students started doing better as well. So again, everybody's doing better. Everybody's improving. The black students and the Hispanic students are improving faster. So are students with disabilities. So are students with from low-income homes. I'm not showing you all. I'm trying to simplify it so it's not too overwhelming. I can get a little overwhelming with my data. So, this is really solid and solid improvement. One of the schools that was a priority plus was named a National Blue Ribbon School last year, and another school was named Title I Distinguished this year. So, this is really a district on the move. And what do they say they did? Again, it's hard to boil it down to a couple sentences, but they adopted a reading program that incorporated a lot of the research about what we know about how children learn. It's called Bookworms, was developed by a researcher at the University of Delaware. They also worked hard to build the collaborative structures that allow teachers to learn from their colleagues, and they demonstrated in a bunch of ways, including the redistricting, their commitment to every student. So I've shown 2 ways to find districts to learn from: absolute achievement and faster growth for African American students than white students. Here's yet another way to find districts to learn from. So this scatter plot shows student growth. So this is growth from 3rd through 8th grade. So the horizontal axis is the national average growth. That is, they get 5 years of growth in 5 years. That's kind of the average. But there are a bunch of districts that get more than that. What's hard to see from this is that the size of the dots is the size of it represents the size of the districts, and Chicago is the only large or even medium-sized district that gets more than 5 years growth in 5 years. They get almost 6 years worth of growth in 5 years. What that means is that the average 3rd grader is about a grade below the national average. The average 8th grader is at the national average. So Chicago's not like high performing. I'm not making that claim, but that's enormous improvement over time for students. And it's an important measure of how districts can help students catch up, even when they're behind in 3rd grade. So when Sheldon Reardon first began showing this analysis to education researchers in, I think, 2017, you could hear the gasps in the room. No one expected Chicago to show up like this. And he would say something like, I know, I didn't believe it either. I had to rerun the data. We're so used to thinking of Chicago in terms of dysfunction, and some of us are old enough, including me, to remember when William Bennett showed up in Chicago. He said, Chicago's the worst school system in the country. He flew out, and like headlines all over the city. If you look at the newspaper headlines, they were shocked, actually. And They did a lot of work trying to prove that they weren't, but this was before the age of data, so it really was kind of hard to demonstrate. And apparently, he went back to Washington, said to his deputy, Checker Finn, was I right to say that? And Checker Finn said, close enough. So, you know, it was arguably the worst district in the country. But let's see what you know, so Chicago, of course, is a city of great wealth, and not so much. What's really nice about Chicago is we have a lot of data. So first of all, it's the 4th largest district in the country. Most of the students are either African American or Latino. It's actually almost half Hispanic. Most of the students come from low-income families. This gives a sense of what kind of improvement has been happening in Chicago. In 2006, only a little bit more than half the students were graduating. Now it's very close to the national rate with 82%. That's not good enough, but look at that improvement. That's enormous improvement over time, and it held through the pandemic, apparently. The official numbers aren't out, but unofficially it apparently held. We also have NAEP data from Chicago, which is very wonderful. It's a bit of an act of bureaucratic courage to submit your city to NAEP testing. And you can see this is 8th grade math, and Chicago is blue, so it started way below the yellow line, which is the other national large cities that take NAEP as if it were a state, and the green line, which is the national. So they're now close to the national average or closer, and they were getting there with reading, and everybody dropped in 2019. Nobody really, I have not seen a good explanation for that drop. I don't know if you have one, but they were getting there in reading as well. And what's nice about Chicago is you don't have to rely on me and my observations. It's a huge system. Luckily, we have some of the best education researchers in the country working in Chicago, trying to figure out what's going on in Chicago. And at the University of Chicago Consortium on School Research spent 20 years studying 100 schools that improved and 100 schools that didn't, and matched them for demographics and everything else. And they were able to identify 5 things. Again, nothing that any school can't do. I mean, I think that's the right way to think about this. Ambitious instruction, collaborative teachers, involved families, supportive environment, and effective leaders. But effective leaders are the key, because that's what they're what control the other 4 factors. And in fact, it found that if you only have 3 of them, but one of them is effective leaders, you're still something like 10 times more likely to improve than if you don't. So that research that came out in 2010 changed a lot. These signs went up all over the district office as a way to try and help change the culture from the district office being the demander of compliance from principals to supporting principals in their leadership. And this became really the mantra of the school system. The University of Illinois Chicago got into the act by establishing a school to prepare principals, and they plus the new leaders, they changed their names.
New leaders for new schools.
Right, but now I think they're just new leaders. Together produced hundreds of principals, and when they studied them, the schools led by those principals outpaced the rest of the district. So you're starting to see that there's a way of preparing principals to actually improve schools in ways that we didn't really understand before. And obviously, this is a huge system, very complex. I'm not going to pretend that I am summing everything up perfectly, but over the course of looking at Chicago, this is really what I heard over and over again. This is the former superintendent of Chicago Public Schools. We really transformed what it means to be a principal. I believe there's a direct correlation to the higher graduation rates and higher test scores that you see here in Chicago. And we can talk more about like stuff underneath that, but the role of leaders and the role of research, I think, is enormously important. So what do all the districts I have looked at have in common? I haven't talked to you about some of the districts, some of my favorite districts, actually. But they have leaders who believe in the capacity. It's very similar to what I found in the schools, right? They have leaders who believe in the capacity of all their students and who organize their districts around that belief. And they bring a pragmatic empiricism to the work, which is, they don't all talk about the scientific method. Some of them do, but they're all really applying the scientific method. They identify a problem through data, they examine existing research on the problem, they fashion a solution in light of the research. That's the easy part. The hard part, gather data to see if the problem was solved, and if the problem was solved, extend and strengthen, if not, start again, or figure something else out. By holding student achievement and student success as the constant, and what all the adults do as what changes, you will see improvement. So notice what I'm not talking about, though. I'm not talking about a reading and math program. That's not to say that programs can't be helpful. Folks in Steubenville love Success for All. They swear by it, and they say it's been enormously helpful. They also like what early college and high schools that work are doing for them. Seaford folks love bookworms, and they attribute a lot of their improvement to it. But the best program can be screwed up if people don't understand how to implement it. Programs are tools, and some of them can be very helpful, but people have to know how to use the tools. The folks in all these districts, including Steubenville and Seaford, say improvement and success is not about a program, or at least not just about a program. Perhaps it's better described, as Michael Rudder did, as an ethos. An ethos, as Ronald Edmonds said, where it is incumbent upon all adults to be instructionally effective. And that means setting up the systems where principals, teachers, and staff members are all continually learning, where they're able to have their version of this meeting. This kind of cushions schools from the fads and fashions that plague education. They can try new things, to your point, that aren't necessarily proven, but because they have rigorous ways of monitoring, evaluating, and adjusting their practice, they're able to catch any mistakes and fix them before they do too much harm. So if they have a reading program that doesn't follow the science of how we know children learn to read, they don't have to fight an ideological battle in the reading wars. Graham Road, for example, Molly Bensinger Lacey's school, where I took this picture, by the way, was saddled with Fairfax County's balanced literacy program. It wasn't a very good program. The folks at Graham Road did not start with a deep understanding of how reading works and what is needed for good reading instruction. They did begin with a belief in the capacity of children to learn and a sense of responsibility that it was their job to ensure they did. When their students weren't reading, they just kept working the problem. For example, the teachers noticed that many of the students couldn't really distinguish the sounds of English. 80% of the kids didn't speak English at home. They did research on phonemic awareness and began developing games, activities, and lessons on hearing and producing the 44 sounds of the English language. They noticed that students couldn't really match sounds and letters, so they did research and developed lessons on phonics. They noticed their students had a great deal of trouble with the vocabulary in the books they were expected to read, so they researched and developed ways to teach vocabulary and background knowledge. By working the problem in that way, they had stumbled on pretty much all the key components of evidence-based reading instruction. And by the time Molly Bensinger left as principal, 60% of the 6th grade students exceeded standards in English language arts, which is, as I say, is quite something for a school where 80% of students don't speak English at home. Now, I think they would have been better off starting with a reading program grounded in the research and evidence rather than what they started with. High-quality materials mean teachers don't have to keep reinventing the wheel the way the teachers at Graham Road did. But I saw at Graham Road that there was something even more important than a program. That said, Seaford and Steubenville both use high-quality reading programs, both saw big gains quite quickly, and Steubenville has been high-performing for almost 2 decades at this point. Chicago did not adopt a common reading program, but reading researcher Timothy Shanahan was head of early reading and thus in charge of professional learning for years, meaning that teachers were learning the essential research about how reading works and were better able to select high-quality materials and not have to rely on Pinterest. So I want to close out with a few very, I hope, short, I think I went a little long. As I said, every high-performing school and district I have been in has some version of this meeting. So remember what's required in order to have it. A shared understanding of what students need to learn, a shared agreement about how to assess what students have learned it, a shared way of displaying information about whether students have learned it, a shared time for all those involved in student learning to study and discuss the information, and a culture of trust. In order to marshal all the elements that allow that meeting, schools need school leaders to understand how to create a culture of trust and organize the time and space for teachers to develop their shared understanding. So up until now, I've been providing my observations of expert educators. I very rarely venture into the advice business, but I was asked to. So it seems to me that it sometimes might seem as if what you all do is very distant from whether a child on the Eastern Shore learns to read or a high school student in Garrett County graduates. But I believe there are things you as a school board can do. One, whoops. Oh, yeah. Oh, I finally have cute kids. That's I wanted to finally show kids because that's actually what we're all talking about. So what can you do? Have clear guidelines for what every student should know and be able to do in order to graduate from high school. Encourage or require the use of high-quality curricula and materials. I know that's a tricky subject. Align state assessments to what students are supposed to learn. Make sure that the assessments you're giving aren't in contradiction. And then report results from those assessments in clear, understandable ways that allow students, parents, and educators to understand how to improve. I have a little hobby horse here, which is I have been around long enough that I remember that one of the promises of these consortia was that states would be able to release their state tests every year because the costs were being borne by the consortia. That has not happened, and I think when you keep the tests secret, it means students can't understand where they went wrong, teachers can't understand where they went wrong, parents can't help. I mean, I would love to see Maryland release their state tests. It was David Driscoll, the former commissioner in Massachusetts, thought that was really one of the keys to Massachusetts' improvement was being able to release the state test. I mean, they don't release below the high school, but they do release the high school graduation test, which is a high stakes test. So that's my little hobby horse. Tests just lose a lot of their value if students and teachers can't see what went right and what went wrong. and then provide educators at all levels, teachers, teacher leaders, principals, district administrators, with time and space to study the data in order to expose and share expertise. And you yourselves can use this scientific method to identify problems, evaluate the solutions that are in place, and see if they're working. And by treating failure not as a mistake, but as evidence that something needs to change, that will build a statewide culture of trust. I mean, you'll do your piece of building a statewide culture of trust. The fear of failure is very strong, and in science, for example, things are failing all the time. You expect that. That's what you learn from. You learn from that process. So, and then ensure that there's a strong bench of school and district leaders. This is probably the one you have the most control over. You control the accreditation for the institutions that train teachers and principals. You can ensure that future principals are better prepared to lead improvement. You heard from the the MSEA folks that if people take an internship to be a teacher, well, they're not getting paid. Same thing with the principals. Most people in mid-career can't live a year without pay, right? You know, the University of Illinois Chicago has a really interesting model, and Illinois as a state actually decertified all its principal preparation programs. I think you know, a shiver must go down your spines when you hear that, but they decertified every single one and then only recertified those that met certain criteria: selective enrollment, a cohort model, ongoing coaching and mentoring, and a couple of other things, and an internship. That was not easy politically, but it has meant an improved principal corps in certainly in Chicago and probably in Illinois. There's a lot of information that the Wallace Foundation actually has produced to help guide state policy on this that I think is pretty strong, pretty research-based. And I'll just pass on. I just was talking with the former state superintendent in Delaware, Dr. Susan Bunting, and she just retired. And Delaware is facing the fact that 40% of its principals and assistant principals, many of its best, are eligible to retire in the next 5 years. And the last 2 years has worn a lot of them out. So they know they're facing a real problem there. So that's bad news, but it's really good information, right? So the state as a whole is reacting by dedicating very serious resources to finding and preparing teacher leaders to become assistant principals, finding assistant principals who want to become principals and training them in a 3-year program, very structured program, and principals to become superintendents. So this is something that's just being done right over there. So it's something that as a state you can address, and it really can only be addressed at a state level. So I've taken you on a journey today. We've traveled through much of what I've learned over the last 2 decades, and you've been very generous with your time and attention. I don't know if I could have sat there as long as you did, so thank you very much. I'll leave you with a final thought from Ronald Edmonds. How many effective schools would you have to see to be persuaded of the educability of poor children? If the answer is more than one, I submit that you have reasons of your own to believe that basic pupil performance derives from family background rather than school response to family background. He said that in 1979. So I consider that just a really powerful quote. So I'm now done. I'm going to have some water.
I think people on the virtual had a question as well.
Yes, I'm going to ask if there are any folks that are participating virtually, Senator Bates or Dr. Getty or Dr. Green, if you have any questions or comments you'd like to direct to Ms. Chenoweth.
Can I?
Ms. Bates?
Yes, thank you.
Bates?
Again, I have a brain like a sieve. Please forgive me. Way back when you're going through some of the key things, I like the idea of the the collaboration. I remember when I was teaching, if I had a student that had was really having trouble reaching, it was really good to be able to talk with other teachers who had dealt with that student in the past to kind of get some insight. So I think this collaboration thing is really important. We need to know the people that we're educating and get a sense of how to deal with it or what might be the approaches. I really like the whole concept. I did read your book, and I like that concept of collaboration. I don't have all the answers. Nobody has all the answers, but if we work together, I think we can improve it. So thank you very much. I loved your book.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Dr. Getty? All right. How about Dr. Green?
Yes, thank you, and thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, and I want to thank Dr. Chenoweth as well. Dr. Chenoweth, I had the distinct privilege of having Ron Edmonds come to Prince George's County. This was in the, oh my goodness, it must have been in the late 70s, early 80s, and district-wide, we were implementing the effective schools programs in every one of our schools, and we were trained district-wide, and I believe John Murphy was the superintendent then, and Prince George's County schools soared under the effective schools program. Each school had to have an effective schools improvement team, had school improvement team made up of each segment of the stakeholders. So we were on board. We came up with these wonderful school improvement plans, and everything was humming along. In fact, visitors used to come to Prince George's County just to see what we were doing under Ron Edmonds' careful tutelage. And as what happens many times when Dr. Murphy left, and we hung on to the school improvement cycle for a while. But as you mentioned in your comments, I wrote it down, fads and fashions that sometimes plague education. Unfortunately, it fell by the wayside, but it was wonderful. I think we need less of an initiative and more of a movement. And in recent weeks, I've heard one of our AA, our pilot schools for the Black Boys Achievement Program, to use that term, movement. And I think a clear part of that movement, and I know this is at Mr. Chaudhry's heart, is reading. And that is going to be the key, I really believe, and it was the key for one of the districts implementing the Success for All. And I think that as we continue to implement strong reading programs and moving away from the balanced literacy program that you mentioned was really ineffective in Virginia. Unfortunately, it's in Maryland in a big way. So hopefully that as principals and superintendents hear more and more about what makes districts and which makes a real change in student learning is a strong reading program. And many of the effective school, I forget what they were called, the effective school, I should have remembered that. But anyway, oh, come on, help me, Dr. Chenoweth. What was that? The effective schools?
Well, there was an effective schools movement. It kind of It had a big effect on individual educators, but it kind of petered out, really.
Right. It petered out, and with that, like you said, one of the fads and fashions that just kind of went by the wayside. But correlates, that's what it was. That's the word I was looking for. The effective schools correlates that were put into place. But I really think at the core is going to be that return to reading for our children. But I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your book, your research, and for being with us today.
Well, thank you. I might have to call you and interview you because I'm thinking about writing something about Ronald Edmonds. He's kind of been lost to education history, I think, in a lot of ways.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Green. Okay, Ms. Haley?
I want to thank you for your book and your research, and I was distressed to hear when you were introduced this morning that you're thinking about retiring. So I'm so happy to hear you say you're thinking about your next book. And my question is maybe in the line of those books. So you looked at all these outliers, and we know that we've had great challenges through COVID and the remission that students have experienced. So I want to know, are there any lessons that you've heard through your network that would lead us in the direction of particularly effective practices following COVID?
So what I've been doing I've been working on a podcast about how states and districts are using the federal COVID ESSER money. So in that way, I've been talking to some of the folks, I've been reaching back to some of the folks that I've been talking to for years and years. And what I think is kind of interesting is, so Steubenville didn't see a lot of learning loss. They did put some money into some tutoring and some catch-up because they saw some, but they didn't see much. And so they're able to use their money to really move forward into the future, kind of. They're going to build a STEM academy connected to the high school. The districts that weren't so high performing, they're going to have to do some more catch up. So they're spending more money on tutoring. They're spending more money on at least several districts are saying, look, we can use this time to reset our reading in particular because there's so many places with inadequate balanced reading. I mean, you could do a balanced literacy that would be okay, but it really, one district I talked with, they had a balanced reading program, and she said it wasn't really adequate. But the thing is, we didn't even buy the phonics portion of it. So they didn't even buy, like, the foundational skills part. So they're using this time to really reset. So they're buying, they had already made the decision to change their curriculum, but they're buying all the components. They're buying all the training. They're buying all the workbooks and trade books, and they're able to really focus on reading. And I think if we understand that reading has not been well taught in many districts, we can use this time to reset. And I think a lot of schools and districts are doing that. I can't say, I don't do massive surveys, so I can't say about like what percentage of districts, but I know some are. So that's exciting to me. I mean, even here in Maryland, Montgomery County rather courageously did an audit of its curriculum a few years ago. They brought in Johns Hopkins and Student Achievement Partners, and the auditors said it does not have foundational reading support. It does not support teachers in teaching foundational reading, meaning phonemic awareness, phonics, decoding. That's not all of reading instruction. You need a lot more. You need a rich, comprehensive, knowledge-rich curriculum to really help build vocabulary and background knowledge. But if you're not teaching kids the basics, you're just, and you can see the data, the the gap data in Montgomery County is just horrendous. You have to look below the averages, but if you do, it's stomach churning in Montgomery County. Now, are they going to use this opportunity? I don't know. Maybe with your pushing.
Everyone in Maryland will.
I hope so. I hope so.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Bartley?
Thank you for your book, and it was a great opportunity for me to learn. I'd like to thank Mohammed for giving us the book and setting up you to come and present to us today. I learned something new. And one of the things I think I learned new from reading your book is that the old model of education was kind of geared towards the nuclear family, and maybe we need to think about how to teach children from different family structure, like in African American community now, prior to 1968, children were typically born and raised in two-parent households, and now most of African American children are raised in single-parent homes, and maybe the adjustment of the model on how children learn and how children can succeed in the school system that was geared towards a nuclear family need to be addressed. And I was wondering, in the schools that succeed, did they take the learning style of children brought up in single-parent homes to adjust for what may be a deficiency in those homes so that the children could succeed better in a traditional school environment? And then second, I thought it was really interesting in Oklahoma to have the children succeed in all the categories of learning, that they focused on reading first. And I find it interesting that their success in math and science was directly related to their ability to effectively read. And I appreciate you pointing that out.
Yeah, I mean, they taught science. Actually, the superintendent there is a scientist, you know, so he actually, it's not that they don't teach science, but yes, reading. So Jean Shaw said the first few years you're learning to read, and the next rest of your life you're reading to learn, right? So, but it's important to build the vocabulary and background knowledge right from kindergarten or even pre-kindergarten, but yes, reading is the core. And I am reminded, I interviewed Freeman Hrabowski. I'm sure you all know Freeman Hrabowski, of course, several years ago, and I was talking about reading versus math, and he said, you know, I can teach them how to do math at the higher education level. I can't teach them to read. You gotta make sure they're reading. So that's always stuck in my head. As a mathematician, even he wasn't worried about teaching math to older students, but he was worried about teaching reading. So, but the first part, I think maybe I could just recast it a little, because children don't learn different. Human brains kind of are all the same, and they're all, you know, we all kind of learn in the same kind of way, but socially, schools have many times stigmatized extended families as opposed to a standard nuclear family. And so it's not how they learn, but it is how they interact, and the community that is built in a school. And it seems to me, I mean, I just remember father-daughter dances. Like, way to you know, stigmatize girls whose fathers are away, or, you know, and they can be away for a whole host of reasons. My father was never at a father-daughter dance because he was working. We still had a nuclear family, but he was working all the time. But fathers are away for military duty. Fathers are away, or they just leave, or they're not there. Why are we still doing father-daughter dances? I don't get that. Like, so to me, that's the kind of question. It's more the social organization rather than how children don't learn differently because their father is away and they're being raised by their grandparents, or, you know, they're still learning the same, but they might feel differently about their school, and that might affect their learning. Does that make sense? Am I making sense there?
Yeah, I think you make sense with regards to your response, but I thought there was some correlation where actually the last quote that you put up talked about family structure and the family's important in the child's education. And so my question was in alignment with that is, you know, a good family, supportive family rather, helps the child in the classroom also.
I think he was saying the opposite of that.
Yeah, he was actually saying it's not the question of the families, it's the question of how schools respond to families. So
the school's response to the family
Right.
was traditionally based upon like the nuclear family and not the single parent family. And so-
Right, but he was really saying, it doesn't matter what kind of family you come from, how are we going to respond, how are we going to teach the children who are in front of us?
I think Dr. Green has something to contribute to maybe my
I was
line.
going to call on
of
Ms.
questioning.
McCusker first, and then we'll go back to Dr. Green.
Thank you, and I'm actually not going to quiz you this time, Mr. I have a question for Mr. Chaudhry.
Sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but in Maryland, to be a principal, you attend the Principal Academy, right?
That's one pathway to it,
Okay.
but you can also go through, you know, the higher ed offerings that we have, and we have a few alternatives. Yep.
Does our Principal Academy address the skills that are discussed that the leaders who are leading these really amazing schools need to have to set up the structures within schools to make schools a successful place?
Right now, do I think it adequately prepares and where it needs to be? No, I do not.
Okay.
That's why I'm going to work to change it.
Okay, that's one of the first things that came to me was the Principal Academy and whether or not it actually addresses those skills, and can we begin to shore up our principalship pipeline?
Yeah, we still have problems of many different flavors of preparation, and you know, the Kerwin Commission studied a lot of international countries, and I often like to say that's great, but let's talk about some of the social conditions there. They nationalize teacher prep, they nationalize principal prep. We don't do that in this country. Now, as a state, we could, you're right, basically have standards across the board and hold them tight. And I think Blueprint calls for that, right? And this has nothing to do with autonomy or anything else. You don't have the autonomy to teach reading effectively. I'm sorry, you don't. And I think that needs to stop. And so those are things that in our program approval process that I'm going to look at very carefully, right? And as part of our regs on what kinds of standards we're holding true across our systems. And so it's not just only our Principal Academy, it's also the Principal Academies offered throughout the state as well too. And we need to revamp it. And it's not a mystery in how to prepare principal. It really is not. And so, and I will push hard for that as well.
'Cause it seems to me that some of these skills are nuts and bolts, organizational type of skills that are, you know, sort of apart from the idea of instructional leadership, but actually having the management piece that sets up the ability to do instructional
Absolutely.
leadership.
I mean, you heard what Illinois did.
Yeah, right, and that was kind of my point.
And one of the things that went along with that was, because a lot of times teachers they want to get the master's bump, so they go and get administrative certification, because that's what's offered on Tuesday night when they're free, and they're not free on Thursday night. That's the counseling right? So they want to get a master's bump. That's the system that's set up. They don't really want to be a principal, but it's a huge kind of waste of resources, really. So what they did was they adopted this Masters That Matter. So for teachers who they're not really that interested in administration, but they need a master's, get a master's in what they teach, or a master's in teaching, and like really make the principal preparation path for people who want to be school leaders.
I hold my master's in administration, and at one time was really looking deeply at that path. But in response to that, I would say, though, I think understanding the administrative process and the skills that administrators are supposed to be bringing to schools helps me to be a better school-level leader, teacher-level leader. So I don't know necessarily that I would discourage teachers from learning administrative simply because I think it gives you yet another lens to help you lead your school and lead your students towards success. So I'm going to push back on you just a tiny bit on that one.
No,
but
fair point.
Yeah,
fair
so-
point.
But thank you. The presentation was wonderful, and the research you did some of it is really inspiring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Green?
Again, Dr. Chenoweth, a little pushback from my side.
I like pushback.
With all due respect, when you made the statement that all children learn the same, I would invite you and encourage you to go back to your data and disaggregate it by gender. And that you will find that, unfortunately, when data is just grouped and we're looking at the scores, if it was disaggregated by gender, you will find that across the board, across school systems, that our boys are underperforming our girls. That boys and girls do learn differently through the research of Dr. Daniel Amen and others, getting right down to the brain waves and the way that the brain fires up when doing certain activities. And it's borne out in the classroom and it's borne out in those test scores. So just a extra homework assignment, and you may have already done it,
boys,
you may have already done it.
Boys tend
because, when school boards are making decisions, principals are making decisions, many times they fail to acknowledge that, we've got this difference, especially in reading. Oh, when the boys are far underperforming, and I'm speaking in generalities, there are some boys who are doing an exquisite job, like our own Kevin, our student member of the board, but generally speaking, our boys. And because our boys are at the bottom of the boys are our boys of color, especially our Black boys. And that has been my point of here, and my colleagues have supported me, and we have the support of Mr. Chaudhry as well, to improve the achievement of our Black boys. But comment?
I appreciate that. So the cognitive scientist I rely on most is Dan Willingham, and what he has told me is human brains are are roughly the same. That doesn't mean that there aren't a lot of factors that you need to take into account, but boys, yes, you're absolutely right. And every time I look at the data, it's like, why are people not talking about this more? You're absolutely right about that. But that doesn't mean they actually learn differently. It means that their social conditions, we don't know, right? But what I would assume before I think they learn differently, they need something different in terms of instructional materials, is they might need to feel a little more comfortable in school. Schools are, if one boy is, having trouble, then you can say, well, that's one kid. When, like, half your boys are having trouble, that's a school problem. And you have to sort of address that as a school. Well, maybe we're not allowing them to get up and move enough. Or, there's a lot of things you can try. And there are a lot of ways you can address that. And then you study the data and see if it worked. Are more boys succeeding? Oh, okay. At Steubenville, there's no gap between boys and girls. There's 100% are meeting standards. So they're not doing different instruction, but they are addressing a lot of social stuff that goes on underneath that. I don't think we're disagreeing really. I think we're just maybe using vocabulary in slightly different ways. I think we're agreeing.
Okay, Ms. Chang?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I really enjoyed the book, one of my favorite now.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then the series, I'm kind of looking forward to that. And your calm voice, it really kind of accompany many evenings listening to your podcast. I love it. I love it. Especially the discussion part, you know, can bring in the live person and do the interview and drill down to more obvious that people don't see by just reading the data and the numbers. And one of the kind of crazy thinking about one little scenario that portrayed it in the book, say, you know, in Miami, that the teachers can stand up and drive the principal they don't like their leadership away. But why interesting in the Virginia, you know, they just take whatever principal, they just stay.
Teachers don't really have that kind of power. They really don't. And they are, I mean, sometimes they do. I mean, I will tell you there was this is not in any of the books, I don't think. There was a really legendary school leader in the Bronx. And he turned around a school in the Bronx. And then he was sent to another school that was very low performing. And he turned that one around. And then he was sent to another school. He was never permitted to stay. The district kind of moved him around. He was like the ranger kind of going in and so the previous year there had been just a horrendous principal, and he had what was called mass prep. And so by contract all the teachers got a prep period. So he scheduled it at the same time, put all the kids in an assembly, and had the computer teacher and the health teacher and the non-classroom teachers, non-regular classroom teachers, monitor this mass prep assembly. It was just a zoo. It was horrendous. It was a middle school, and you can just imagine. I mean, in the South Bronx. I mean, it was just horrible, right? So one of the teachers, one of the computer teachers, he said, I am going to get rid of this principal. And he filed grievance after grievance after grievance after grievance. Well, it didn't work. But then a new principal was assigned, and it was this Lone Ranger coming in to save the school. And he met with this teacher, and he said, and the teacher said, we just have this horrendous school. It's just horrible. And we've got teachers doing, they're shooting up in classrooms. I mean, it was just like all the marbles of the Bronx had fallen into this one school. All the teachers nobody wanted to deal with. And so in that case, and that teacher had not been able to really get rid of the teacher, of the principal. But in that case, the principal and the teacher, the principal said, you watch and make sure I don't violate the contract. He was the union rep. You make sure I don't violate the contract. We'll clean this school up. And actually they did. And then the district moved him again. So he started a charter network. He was tired of being moved from disaster to disaster. So I mean, teachers don't really have the power. They can make principals' lives miserable, but principals have more power to make teachers' lives miserable than vice versa. You like having that classroom near the photocopier? Well, I'm putting you way at the end. There are a lot of ways for principals make teachers' lives miserable. So, I mean, it gets pretty nitty-gritty.
All right. Yes, sir. General Sumter?
I guess when I read your book, and thank you, I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you.
Sincerely.
Thank you.
But I guess when I was reading, I had to go back to my background, and maybe somebody sitting to my left may have had the same thoughts. It just struck me that in education, we're not that good at training our leaders.
Thank you.
And
That's the
I'm
key.
sitting there,
That's the key.
I was sitting there, where's Command and General Staff College? Where's the War College? Where's the mentoring for this? And I'm talking to superintendent now, maybe it's time to look at coming up with the model of what we want our principals to do and have so they'll be successful. And I really believe in it. And the teachers can be part of it, but I'm thinking maybe it starts with teachers understanding what they should expect from their principal, the dean of students, the vice principal, and then in the principal, because we're talking about a chain of command. And I like the fact that, learning from each other, but I think from above there's got to be a lot of mentoring, because when people don't succeed, most people don't come to work to mess up. Many times they just don't have the skill set. So with a lot of mentoring, but at the end of that, I've seen some, and I was on a local board. When our principals or leaders are not succeeding, we always want to say, well, let's wait another year. Let's wait till the end of the school year. We don't want to disrupt, but that's too late. A whole year is lost. So we've got to understand for the state board or a local board to identify when you've done everything for that leader and help them find another job, or perhaps there's somewhere they fit in your organization. And it's got to be that reality, and I hope we address that as we move forward. Thank you very much.
You bring like this sense of leadership that the military has, and that just has not been the case in education. Principals have been thought to be middle managers, not leaders. They're leaders.
They're leaders.
They're leaders.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
At every level. Thank you very much. I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Chenoweth, I want to also thank you for your presentation today and for the thoughts you have brought to us. Yeah.
It's on.
We appreciate them very much, and we particularly appreciate the writings that you have included in your book about the various districts. It's very interesting and thought-provoking for us, and I know we'll consider those things. I think one of the takeaways for me is that we kind of begin with the core belief in the capacity of schools to make kids smarter. I thought that was an interesting and very appropriate beginning point for all of us, because that is the foundation, and probably why every one of us are at this table today. I think we all do have a firm commitment in that core belief that that really is what we're about. And I think the other thing that General Sumter has raised and that you've commented on is about leadership, and how important leadership is, and what does leadership mean, and how do we equip persons who strive to be leaders with the skills that they need to become effective in the leadership positions they assume. And that is not only in education, but everywhere, but particularly if we're going to expect success at the district level, and frankly for us as state board members at the state level. What can we do to be sure that we are enabling people who strive to be leaders to have everything they need to accomplish that very important trait, because they're going to make the difference. Leaders drive change. And if ever we had a time in education to need change, and we call it now transformative change, it's now. And if we miss giving leaders the opportunity to become effective in their leadership abilities, we're going to miss something very important. So I think you've helped us understand how important that is, whether it's principals or any other position. Teachers need to be leaders in many respects.
They're leaders in their classroom. right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So we have the classrooms, we have the schools, we have the districts, and we have the state level. Leadership is essential in every single one of those aspects of education. So I think you've lifted that up for us, and we appreciate and know how valuable that is. So thank you for being with us, and thanks for giving us at the end of your presentation some things we as a state board can do to help make education more successful for the kids in our state. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you, and thank you for taking on these roles. They're not easy, and this is a tough time, and so as a Maryland resident, I thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, very good.
Thank you so much, Karen. Appreciate it. Do you want to take a break?
I think we've been sitting for a while.
Yeah, why don't
I
you
think
take a
everyone might appreciate an opportunity to stand up. So yeah, do we want to simply, are we comfortable maybe going to lunch at this point? Okay, well, let's
Take your time with your answer,
let's
Lori.
take the break, and can we come back? Can we come back at 20 of 1? Is that reasonable? Okay, let's come back at 20 of 1. We'll go ahead, take a break, and have lunch.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Like local board, and then now like state board. It's like I kind of miss I'm gonna miss being on board.
Well, there's going to be so much.
Started it because somebody challenged me to do it.
Actually, they see it. I was focused, but I play Wordle a lot. So whenever I go to an app, it's on the website. They're playing Wordle while they're looking at bills.
Right, I think we can come back in session, and we'll try to adjust a little bit so we can make up a little bit of our lost time. But there's one thing I just wanted to mention. It's not noted specifically in the agenda, but I know we've had some conversation at various times about this, and I thought I would raise it and see how the board felt about moving forward with it. You know, a few months ago, we did a resolution essentially around the COVID issue and how important it was to have students back in-person instruction, and we always said with minimal disruption, and how important that resolution was for us in terms of focusing on a priority that was really important because of the pandemic issues. And while I know that we're not beyond the pandemic by any means, we are beginning to see some cause for optimism about statistics, and we'll hear a little bit more about that in just a moment. But wondered if it might be helpful to focus on a new priority around having students in Maryland benefiting from transformational change in their educational experience. And that's not really, we're not wedded to that wording. what I was trying to put forward is the idea now that maybe we focus on the most important thing that we are about, and that is transformational change for every student in Maryland in their educational experience. It would get us thinking about something beyond the pandemic issues, which will probably be with us to some extent in a very, what we hope is a very lesser extent that we've been accustomed to. But I wondered how the board members might feel about looking at a new focus, a new priority, and I know that we have a number of priorities. The strategic plan is going to lift up as we work our way through that on some very important priorities. But this is just an effort to get focused on something that is not pandemic related and more focused on what we all would like to be spending most of our time on, and that is transformative educational change. And I don't know how you feel about it. As I say, I think there's been some little bit of conversation around a new focus, a new priority, and this seems to be an appropriate one. And didn't know if anybody had a comment, but I think the plan would be, if this is something you would like to consider, that maybe we would ask the state superintendent, Mr. Chaudhry, if he would help us draft some language that all of us could take a look at maybe at the next meeting and help us adopt a new focus. And it's a resolution. It's not, it's simply will be, I envision it as a statement around which we all can feel supported, but also feel this is something that we want to lift up as our priority and move away from the priority that we had some time ago. As important as it remains, it's COVID related, and if anything, it's time to be hopeful. And I think a little more optimistic. I think this would give us a chance to look at something from a positive perspective and maybe turn our attention back to what I think we all feel is most important and probably is the reason we're here. So I'm interested in comments. If you think it's something that might be worthwhile, then we'll certainly ask the state superintendent to maybe help us with the language and come up with something that he feels maybe can also be a part of some of these other strategic initiatives that we're pursuing pretty intently. But at any rate, any thoughts?
Okay, there we go. I need some clarification.
Yeah.
So I'm looking and thinking that all of this work that we've been doing in terms of the deep dives and preparation for the strategic plan, it's all about transformation. It's all about saying the status quo isn't where we want to be.
Right.
And so how does this transformation theme align with that work?
I think if anything, Ms. Halley, my thought would be it helps lift up maybe a concept around which all of these other specific initiatives are focused. I think it's an effort to simply say, what is it in a sentence that you think represents how we feel our focus is at this particular time?
So, okay, so we had this interesting
Yes.
experience this morning. Some of us got new name badges, and I think because I've been here a long time, mine has the wrong tagline on it. Mine says, can't even read it because it's worn off. Preparing world-class students. Everybody else's says equity and excellence. Are you looking for us to have something different about transformation as a uniting theme about where we're going? Is that what you're trying?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, it seems to me the word transformation, transformative, is everywhere. In the presentations, in the blueprint, in so many of the initiatives, and I think it's probably an overriding consideration that what we all hope for is transformative change. And to take it one step further, yes, we hope for transformative change in educational experience for all Maryland students. So it's a way of I think lifting up our focus in a very general expression of what we think is important, and yet is supported by all of these very specific things and initiatives that we're undertaking in our work. It's, yeah. So, yes, okay, Ms. McCusker?
So,
Senator Bates.
We've been, so if I'm understanding, you're looking for us to adjust our North Star a little bit.
That's right.
So our North Star has been to keep in-person schooling in place, safe, in a safe environment, as much as possible. That's kind of been our North Star.
Right.
Has been to do that. And now you're feeling like, because we're starting to see some changes in the current COVID climate in the country, that it's time to maybe shift the North Star a little bit towards the future. But I don't want us to get away from the thought that schools need to be open and safe places to learn quite yet. Getting closer. Getting closer. If it's quite there yet. Europe worries me right now. So the way I understand it, you're looking to have kind of a new idea for a North Star to begin to move us forward into something else that everything else funnels through. And so in my way of thinking, the strategic plan that we're working on is going to kind of be that, but we're not going to have that till October, I think. So you're looking for us to kind of have this North Star to guide our work and to anchor everything in until we have that full strategic plan ready to go. And so if we do move in the direction of having a new North Star, we've had some retreat time to talk a little bit about strategic plan. When we craft some language, and it sounds like if this happens that we'd be throwing that in your direction, Mr. Chaudhry, who just looked at me like, oh, another thing to do. I would, when we see the language, if we decide to run the language, I would love it to funnel through some of the things that we've talked about and discussed, so that language, when it comes time to have a strategic plan, isn't completely different. It should be connected to what we're thinking of strategically and what we think the plan for transformative change may be. I would like to see it be seamless in moving from one North Star to the strategic plan. That's if we do that, that's what I would like to see. Something that's driven by what we're thinking the direction is.
I think they all need to be integrated, so that we're all thinking the same thing. This probably is just putting it all in perspective in a way that enables us, as you say, we can say this is our North Star, and when we get together and we have conversation, we always remind ourselves this is our focus, and I don't know, I think it could be helpful, but I'm thinking it will bring us to a little more hopeful and optimistic approach to what we do. So, yes.
Senator Bates.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Senator Bates.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if anything that COVID has shown us is that we really need to do a little more preparation, and we're going to have to do some recovery between now and, when everything's back, hopefully back to normal. I think we've discovered that a lot of our students have lost an awful lot. We've got to make that up. So I think developing a good strategic plan that kind of helps us address our deficiencies and move forward where we're strong and build on that, I think is really critical. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Bakun?
I just have to echo the comments that have been made. Repeatedly, our superintendents in their presentations have shown us that what we had before was not good enough, and going back to normal is not good enough. So really embracing with a new state superintendent, with this vision for education, with the strategic planning process, incorporating that into a resolution which has all the different combinations, like Mr. McCusker and Mr. DeShiel reiterated to, will be very, very hopeful to see like what we're going to go on next to. Sorry for that wording, but hopefully you get what I'm trying to say. I see the great benefit in this.
Thank you. Other comments from anyone?
To hear from our superintendent.
Sure.
Okay.
So we laid out 6 priorities this year. We came around that. I signed it, board signed it, and I think I don't want to lose focus from those 6 priorities, one of which is, right, to rebuild, to transform the department, to work collaboratively with the AIB, amongst other things, and ultimately all of that converged to a strategic plan. So I think that we got to stay focused on that. What I'm hearing is, can we do a resolution that says, hey, we did a resolution for a safe return to in-person schooling. We do a resolution now that says, hey, as we go towards our strategic plan, we will be grounded in transformative change. Like, if it's more of a values type of statement, sure. But I also echo what other board members have said, like, that's going to be enshrined in the strategic plan. I see it. So if we do a resolution, I don't want it to be another thing aside from where we're going in the strategic plan. And so personally, I see it as like the opening salvo of the strategic plan that we're going to get to together. But if there's something we want to do to just remind each other at this point as we come around to this, as the pandemic numbers have improved and, hopefully we end the school year without any other pandemic highs, of grounding ourselves in like, hey, a return to normal is not good enough. We're going to be transformative. But I feel like you're doing that. You're grounded in that. And so I'm okay with drafting something. I just don't want it to look like a separate thing off to the side from where we're going to the strategic plan.
I see it, the way you expressed it is accurate in terms of this is where we're moving. Mm-hmm. And these other things, as you say, it may take a little bit of time, but in the meantime, this is where our focus is. And as we work towards these other things, they are consistent. It's an integrated kind of thing. It's not something over here or over here. It's encompassing, including, integrating what is already underway, but gives us some forward thinking about this is where our North Star is as we move forward.
So I don't know if the department is ready for this, but I could see if we were ready to incorporate transformation as part of our vision, that now, as we're surveying all the stakeholders in the community, and it's a bright message to everyone. We're talking about transformation. Be a part of the conversation. I could see that being very helpful as a call to action. That's very positive.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that. That's nice.
That
yeah.
fits in
Yeah,
well
I think
as a call to action. I mean, if the resolution that, if it's a shift in what's the last resolution you did before the strategic plan, and you don't want that to just be a safe return to in-person schooling, it's much more than that, then I get it, and it makes sense. Like, join us on this journey, and you know, the department, the state board, and everything we do, we are going to reassess and build back, you know, differently. We also push you, urge you, encourage you, challenge you to do the same as well. I mean, it's what I'm trying to do through the Maryland Leads grant making already to kickstart that. So I think that would be a good, I could see that. So we can craft something. It just, it has to fit. That's the piece. I just don't want it to be some out of left field.
Instead of doing anything formally, I just wondered if we could sort of indicate we have consensus, at least for the state superintendent to draft something, taking these comments into consideration, and then he can present that, and we can look at it and see what we think. But it might be helpful, and it might give us something new, fresh, positive, optimistically to look at and support. Is there consensus to do that? Is there anyone opposed, I guess, maybe? Doesn't sound like maybe there's anyone. Yes, sir.
Question? If we do that, then the majority of our agenda has to reflect that. So my question is, would you be comfortable with that?
Yes, because I would make sure the agenda and work closely with Clarence and Chip to make sure the agenda is reflective of that, of you know, ensuring that we're focused on transformative change, we're focused on academics, we're focused on what works, we're focused on improving, you know, how we're preparing leaders, all of those kinds of things. So absolutely, you know, I don't see it devoid of what we're doing. I just see it as recentering, I guess, because everything's been taken up by.
And I guess I was just asking because it was implied but not stated, and I wanted to make sure you would be comfortable with that.
Yeah, as long as we're all still working towards a strong strategic plan, I think I will be comfortable and focused. Because ultimately, all of our agenda and everything will be anchored by that document. Yep.
Well, if everyone is in agreement, then why don't we ask our state superintendent to give that some consideration and help us with some language, maybe to bring back at the next meeting for us to consider, look at, and help us to refocus on what I think we're already doing, but kind of setting the priority as one of our important goals.
All right. I already heard Ari open up a blank Word document. We're good.
Okay. Okay.
He has eyes in the back of his head.
Dr. Green, did you have a comment or
I think Mr. Chaudhry answered my concern that we're already working on a strategic plan. I didn't want us to just bring something out of left field. You know, it should tie into that strategic plan that we're looking forward to. And also that, and I think this will be in the strategic plan, it keeps coming back to me, you know, that we need to really enlist our parents and our parents' help, and training our parents and equipping our parents to support their children in the schools. And that may be already being considered in the strategic plan. So, yes,
okay.
I agree with with my colleagues on the board with whatever resolution you want to come up with.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, well, we'll wait for our superintendent then to help us out with some language, and we'll move forward with with that idea. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you all. Okay, then, returning to our agenda item, the next item is school logistics and transmission rates, and I think maybe
So I wanted to ask you, because
we may do an abbreviated.
Since Ms. Chenoweth, I really wanted to give her the time, given the rich discussion. We could give the full presentation. You have the deck in front of you, or we could not give the full presentation. It'll be posted, and I can give you just some quick summary of it. You decide first.
I think maybe it would
and
be
we
helpful.
could just jump to our virtual learning presentation.
Yeah, given the timing, if we might have a quick summary.
Okay. We have consensus. Sounds good. Okay. So the numbers, as you can see, you have the deck, the most current deck, because, we like to pull the data fresh off the press. So it's in this packet. It should be in there. And so the numbers continue to drop. Our vaccination numbers continue to go up. But it's no longer just good enough just to be vaccinated. Got to be boosted as well, right? And so those numbers trend up. Some areas of our state still are not trending as fast as they need to, or just have kind of hit a lull. But overall positivity rates, hospitalization rates, those numbers go down and continue to go down. As you know, the CDC, literally the Friday, the AELR hearing, the vote happened, and the CDC came out with the new methodology that starts on page 31 of the slide deck. On how to deem a region, high risk, or low transmission, medium transmission, etc. They came up with a new methodology that takes into account the current time period we live in, which involves hospitalizations and availability of vaccines. Maryland is in really good shape under that new methodology. As of March 17th, all of our regions are at low, and that's on page 36. They weren't low out of the gate, all of them, but today, as March 17th, all of them are at low, which essentially triggers, per the CDC, you don't have to wear a mask, right? Obviously, it's your decision if you still would want to, depending on where you are and such. And so that's the highlight. We have no schools that are operating virtually. We have no schools that, have had a disruption like we did. January was not a fun month, but outside of that, everything is looking well. I don't like to say, oh, the pandemic's done, because it's not done. You get vaccinated, get boosted. We are seeing still, even though as we're dropping, where we're seeing higher positivity rate, relatively speaking, it's still in areas with lower vaccination rates. So it tracks, and so that's something to continue to do. And hopeful that the under 5 vaccines are coming, hopefully. More and more research continues to validate the strength of the vaccine, as well as the decision to mask throughout the fall as well too. So anything else you guys would like to hone in on here? If not, we can move to the next presentation.
Thank you. Are there questions or? Okay.
Okay.
All right. The next item, continuing under priorities, is the local education agency virtual programs update, and that's under tab E. And again, we'll call on our state superintendent to introduce staff.
Yep, I'm going to call up Dr. Collins and Aaron on the team, as well as Matt from the research office to present. As you know, we have been tracking performance at every grading term, and so this is the next term that we have captured, and they'll talk about what that term was. And so this is from that term, and so the numbers are from that term, right? Our school systems submit the data to us, and we track how they're doing across a wide variety of metrics. So with that, I'll let Dr. Collins take it away.
Good afternoon, Vice President Dashel and members of the board. I wanted to point out in your packets, there's an updated presentation in there. We found a slight error, so if you want to refer to the one in your packet today, it'll match what we're presenting today. As Mr. Chaudhary shared, we'll provide an update on our virtual learning programs today, and I'm here with Matt and Aaron again. So thank you for giving us this time. We're going to focus on an update on quarter 2 of our virtual programs, and we'll also present how the demographics of the students enrolled in those programs compares across the state. Then we'll review second quarter metrics data, that's data that we collect from our local education agencies, and we'll show you a comparison to the first quarter. We'll also present the relationship between some key variables that include the relationship between the attendance rates, the amount of synchronous instructional time, as well as course failure rates. And also the difference in the the staffing models that the schools use, whether it was virtual teachers from a vendor or directly from the LEAs. And then finally, we want to conclude, as we did before, with just some highlights of what we've learned from other LEAs that are showing success in their virtual programs. And then we'll open it up for questions. So this is just an outline that organizes the presentation around 6 themes. Again, we'll give you an update on the virtual program enrollment and then the quarterly metrics data that we collected from our LEAs that includes information on professional development, the grades and the attendance, as well as changes in those grades, and then share with you again successes that we've seen. Okay. So we'll start with our virtual enrollment update. As you can see here, there are some arrows that are going up or down or the equal sign, and that shows you whether there was a change or not in the enrollment. As the total enrollment in the virtual programs on January 27th was 22,282 students. In your packets too, there's also a handout that shows you the changes in enrollment by each LEA. And basically what you'll see is that 15 school systems had decreases in virtual program enrollment, 3 systems had increases, and 4 systems did not change at all. We also reached out to LEAs to see if there was a change in virtual programs since the mask mandates came off, and there was not a change in more students, parents asking or requesting to be put into the virtual programs. So there was really no change. On this slide here is more specific information about the virtual program enrollments aggregated by grade level, student group, race, and ethnicity, as well as gender. And so on this side of the next slide, we will delve deeper into what the total enrollment looks like. Just for clarity, the blue bar represents the virtual program enrollment, and then the orange bar represents all students in Maryland. So if you look at the graph on the left, you can see the distribution of students by grade level, particularly at the elementary level. For example, we see that 46.3% of all Maryland students are at the elementary level. And in comparison, 59.9% of virtual students are in the elementary grades. So the blue bar is higher than the orange, which tells you the share of virtual students at the elementary level is still much higher. And then if you shift over to high school, you'll see that 30.8% of the Maryland students are in high school, compared to 17.8% of virtual students of all students that are in high school. So again, the share of virtual students in high school is much lower than the state overall. Then in the middle school level, you can see that the representation of students is sort of equally represented. And then the graph on the right shows the percentages of the 3 student groups there: economically disadvantaged, English learners, and then students with disabilities. The percentage of economically disadvantaged students is higher in the virtual programs than in the state as a whole, while the percentage of English learners and students with disabilities in the virtual programs matches the share of the state. We also looked in comparison to quarter 1, and these percentages haven't changed much since then, so they're pretty much the same. Here is another breakdown of the virtual programs by race, ethnicity, and gender. The left graph represents students by race ethnicity. So if we look at, in Maryland, 20.7% of all students that are Hispanic or Latino, again shown by the orange bar, while 20.3% of students in virtual programs are Hispanic or Latino, and that's shown by the blue bar. So the graph indicates that most race ethnicity groups are equally represented in their virtual programs compared to as a whole. But then again, when you look at Black and African American students and also white students, Black and African American students make up 52.5% of the virtual students that are in the program. And then only 14.3% of virtual program students are white, compared with 33.9% of the total students in the virtual program. And then if you look at the right, the graph shows the genders, and you can see again they're pretty much equally represented in our virtual programs. And again, there's really no change since the first quarter in that data. Okay. So now we're going to share with you second quarter quarterly metrics data. It is a lot of data, so bear with us as we go through this, but again, it'll show you a deeper dive into what was happening in the second quarter, and also we'll give you a comparison from the first quarter as well. So we collected this data from January 18th to March 1st, and this included information around staffing, professional development, attendance comparisons for students, as well as their grades. There are 21 school systems included in the data, but we wanted to point out that 4 LEAs only offer virtual options to middle and high school students. 1 LEA reported that middle school parents and students were not interested in participating in a virtual option. And then 2 LEAs do not offer virtual options to their high school students. Carroll and Garrett counties, just as a reminder, opted not to offer a virtual program. And then Kent County students, they participate in virtual synchronous instruction, but the students are required to attend in person 1 day a week of face-to-face instruction. Okay. So we asked the system to provide us with an update on the average class size for virtual subjects and other subjects at the grade level. And the virtual class size for the first quarter averaged around 23 students for the core academic subjects and other subjects at the elementary level. And when we looked at a comparison from quarter 1 to quarter 2, there really was no change. So the average remained around 23 students. We also asked systems to report to us the number of instructional days and synchronous instructional hours in a typical 5-day a week. And in most systems, the number of instructional days aligned with the expectation for in-person instructional days as well. The number of instructional hours for elementary and middle school classes was very similar to the first quarter. However, the median for high school hours just increased a little bit from about 10 to 15 hours. Again, not much change from quarter 1 to quarter 2. In terms of staffing, again, as we reported earlier, we asked for the systems to let us know how many teachers were teaching in the virtual program, how many FTEs, and then how many were dedicated solely to the virtual program. So the blue bar indicates, as you can see here, that every LEA reported that the majority of their virtual program teachers taught solely in the virtual program. Okay, and again, there were some systems, as a reminder, that use vendor hired teachers in their virtual programs, but those are not included in this data. Some systems also reported the source of their virtual program staff, which varied widely. So the dark blue bar represents LEA educators who are delivering instruction virtually. The green portions represent educators provided by virtual program by vendors. And then the gray segment represents educators that are contracted by an LEA, and they may teach only 1 or 2 subjects in the virtual program. Most of that could be like an elective course or a course where there aren't too many students that need that elective. The light blue segment represents a proportion of virtual programs that are taught by substitute teachers in the LEA, and that represented a small group as well. And then 12 systems had more than half of their virtual program teachers come from their regular teaching staff. 6 systems used all or almost all vendor hired teachers, while the rest use a combination of regular LEA teachers, vendor hired, teachers who were contracted by an LEA for 1 or 2 classes, or substitute teachers. So again, there's just a range in what was used across the LEAs. In terms of professional development that was provided to the virtual program, again, you can see that the results varied. There was really a small shift since Q1, and that could be, again, remembering in Q1, onboarding teachers to virtual programs and the type of professional learning that was needed. They might have needed more hours, but as time went on, the hours decreased slightly. And then we also wanted to know how the professional development was delivered, if there was sort of a shift from the first quarter. So again, there's still various delivery models that the school systems use: the virtual synchronous, virtual asynchronous, the in-person, a self-service model where it was as needed, and then what the total was. So in comparison to Q1, again, there was less PD that was provided, but again, the same models were used throughout the second quarter. Not too much of a change there. When we look at the second quarter attendance for all students, in terms of the attendance, the majority of systems, and that was 19, reported virtual program attendance greater than 90%, which is shown by the slide here. And then in regard to all students, only 11 systems reported attendance at 90% or higher. So again, the attendance in virtual programs was still pretty high. And then again, you see a similar pattern when it's broken down by race, ethnicity. Again, the majority of systems reported attendance greater than 90%. It looked the same when you broke it down by demographics. So we wanted to also show you the changes in attendance rate from Q1 to Q2. So we wanted to show you the number of systems where the attendance rate for virtual students increased, or whether it stayed the same or it decreased from Q1 to Q1. I'm sorry, from Q1 to Q2. So for example, if you look at the first column for the all students, you'll see that 5 systems had an increase in attendance rate from Q1 to Q2. And then you'll see that there was no change in 7 systems from Q1 to Q2. And then 9 systems had a decrease in attendance rates for Q1 to Q2. So overall, more systems had a decrease in attendance from the first quarter to the second quarter. And we also did analysis to see if there were similar trends in attendance in the first quarter, and the trends still pretty much remained the same as we looked at Q1 and Q2. There's really no big differences that stood out. And then you see a very similar pattern again. Again, just when we look at the student groups and what the breakdown was, there was really no difference. Again, we broke down the data by gender, and the pattern is still the same. The majority of systems reported attendance for male and female programs at above 90%, as compared to all systems, all students attending instructional programs. We also looked at changes in attendance rate by student groups. So again, we wanted to look to see if there was a change, whether there was an increase, whether attendance stayed the same, or was there a decrease. So here we're comparing virtual programs as we did in the prior slides, and for all student groups shown here, more systems had a decrease in attendance than systems that had an increase in attendance rates. And again, as mentioned earlier, we saw a similar trend when we look at all students within the virtual programs. We also wanted to point out to you again, as we did at the January board meeting, the course failure rates for students. So here we are looking at data for elementary school students. And then we'll go into what the data look like for middle school and high school in the upcoming slides. So just for clarity, the dark blue portion at the bottom of each of the bars that you see there indicates the number of systems that reported less than 5% of students failing a course. And then the bright blue segment above that dark blue bar represents the number of systems that reported between 5 and 9% of students failing a course. And then the green portion indicates the number of systems that reported between 10 and 19% of students failing the course. And then the light blue portion that's at the very top represents the number of systems that reported 20% or more students failing a course. Overall, at the elementary level, there were higher failure rates for virtual students than for all students, and also higher failure rates in math than in English for both groups of students as well. When we look at the data for middle school students, at the middle school level, more systems reported higher failure rates in virtual programs than was reported for all students. And this was consistent across all the subject areas. So just an example for you, 4 systems reported failure rates at 20% or more in English in their virtual programs, as indicated by the light blue portion on the top of the first bar on the left, while no systems reported failure rates of 20% or more students for all students. And then similar results were reported for math, science, and social studies as well. Here, this slide summarizes just some additional analysis that we wanted to conduct, comparing some different variables. So first we asked, how does the fail rate for virtual students compare to the fail rate of their peers for students in the same system? So I'm going to repeat that question again. How does the fail rate for virtual students compare to the fail rate of peers for students in the same systems? In nearly all systems, at all grade levels, and in all subjects, virtual students were failing at higher rates than their in-person peers. And in some cases, virtual students were failing courses at a rate double or more than of their peers. We also compared course failure rates for students in systems where virtual teachers are provided by a vendor. So if you look in the lower right-hand corner, we're showing you that in systems that used vendor-provided teachers, 25.4% of virtual students failed their courses, and that's shown by the yellow bar that you see there. And you compare that to systems who do not use vendor-provided teachers, where the fail rate for virtual students was 12.1%, and that's shown by the orange bar that you see there. We've also been trying to follow the research and study, what it looks like in terms of failure rate. So we're closely monitoring the amount of synchronous time that students are being provided and following some emerging research. So we just have a quote there from the Learning Policy Institute, where they have done some research on distance learning. I'm not going to read the entire quote to you, but it mentions that frequent, direct, and meaningful interaction is very critical, and that fully online courses with little high-quality interaction also contributes to gaps in educational access across socioeconomic groups. And so we'll continue to monitor the research as we look and monitor virtual programs across LEAs. Here we're showing changes in failure rates for virtual program students, again from Q1 to Q2. And at the elementary level, most systems had small to no changes in virtual program failure rates. But at the middle school level, More school systems reported decreases in virtual program rates of more than 3 percentage points than systems reported across all subjects. And again, we also took a look at students that were in virtual and non-virtual programs, so look at course failure rates. And then when you look at, quarter 1 to quarter 2 and at the elementary and middle school levels, there really was a slight shift, but there was an increase at the middle school level in terms of performance. In terms of the second quarter failure rates in high school, they were equal to or higher than the middle school results that we found. Just as with the middle school results, virtual high school students' failure rates are higher than for all students. So as an example, while 7 systems reported failure rates of 20% or more for virtual program students in English, and that's represented by the light blue portion in the first bar, 5 systems reported failure rates at the same level for all students. And then the results for math, science, and social studies were very similar. We also looked at changes in grades for the second quarter. So here we're showing changes in failure rates for virtual program students from quarter 1 to quarter 2 at the high school level. And again, across all core academic subjects, more systems reported decreases in failure rates of more than 3 percentage points than systems reported increases in failure rates. And similar to middle school, the failure rates for all students got worse at the high school level from quarter 1 to quarter 2. Okay. So that concludes our data portion. I know that was a lot of data that we presented to you. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at it. But it was also important for us to, again, analyze the data to help us to see where we see some areas of promise from LEAs. And so we're going to close out by sharing with you some information about LEAs that are helping students to succeed. So, multiple school systems decreased the failure rates for virtual students, and we wanted to call out specific for you Allegheny and Frederick counties, and what the data showed when we compared the failure rates from quarter 1 to quarter 2 for these 2 LEAs. For quarter 1 in Allegheny County, 13% of middle school students failed math, 19% failed science, and 13% failed social studies, but none of Allegheny's students failed math, science, or social studies in quarter 2. So that is something we wanted to highlight. And then Frederick County decreased their failure rates in English and mathematics at the elementary level. And at the middle school level, there were decreases in English, math, science, and social studies. And so specifically in terms of what those 2 districts did, we'll start with Allegheny County. In Allegheny County, the middle school students are required to attend synchronous instruction 5 days a week. And the schedule for those middle school students mirrors the schedule for those in the brick and mortar, the in-person instruction. The students have been assigned the same teacher for the school year, and there's been a lot of time spent focusing on routines and expectations and building relationships. The students had a lot of good time to interact with their teachers and really get to understand the nuances of being in the virtual program. And they built up their confidence in the program, and there was an increased focus on their work. In speaking with Allegheny County, they also said that the teachers spent a lot more time continuing to build trusting relationships with the students and the families. And as we know, that feeling of trust and the sense of relationships is really important to supporting the student success. And so they really shared that they spent a lot of time making sure that that was just as important as they were, strengthening their academic program and talking about the students' improvement. They also maintain consistent and open communication between the virtual school programs and the students where they might attend for their home school. And the decision of families to return students from the whole school return them to the homeschool made after multiple discussions and conferences were held, again, with the parents. And so there was this shared partnership in decision-making rather than abrupt decisions. In speaking with Frederick County's director in terms of their blended virtual program, again, it was supported by all the stakeholders. Students were provided not just with academic support, but also social emotional support, as well as that connection to their home school. There was a united front from all educators, and they were all invested in looking at the issues collectively in terms of making sure that students were making progress. Because the students had contracts, there was this collaborative process around looking at those contracts on a regular basis and making adjustments to the students' instructional program as necessary. As well as the tutoring program really seemed to make a difference for the students in the virtual program. Frederick County also mentioned that their virtual blended program wasn't designed in a response to the pandemic, but it was just a unique learning pathway for students that were just a good fit. But, you know, when the pandemic arose and parents wanted to use it as an opportunity, they took advantage to that. But that close monitoring and that relationship building was really, really important. And again, just always making sure that it was a good fit for the parent and the student, and making those course adjustments along the way were really important. So in terms of our next steps, we'll continue to collect and analyze the quarterly metrics data from our districts. We'll share any modifications that they've made to their programs. And we're also going to look at the characteristics of students that have been successful in those programs, and again, reach out to LEAs that are seeing successes, as well as we look at our virtual programs, because we do know that there are some good successes in the data as well. I know there was a lot of data, a big update, but we appreciate your time, and we'll open it up for questions that you may have.
Okay, Wilcox?
Thank you so much for the great presentation. I have two questions. My first question has to do with whether adult supervision is required for the students that are engaged in virtual learning in this phase of the pandemic. And my second question has to do with whether we have data on the reasons why the specific families selected virtual over in-person learning, because I'm wondering if there's a need for enhanced social and emotional learning supports for the students that are engaging in virtual learning.
So, I mean, we do have the reasons of why people chose. We presented that during the first two presentations, but we can bring it back, and obviously towards the end of the year we'll have a more comprehensive deep dive. And they vary from just straight up fear to just, you know, I like this, you know, because everyone was forced to go virtual. Some just temporarily, some lifestyle decision. It varies, right? So we will we can bring those back, and then we can do a deep dive analysis. And then your second part of your question was, say that again. So I want to make sure I get that right.
So I was wondering about parent supervision, if we know the
Yes.
reasons why students.
Yeah, so at the high school level, it isn't required, just because students can be independent. Obviously, hopefully they're in front of synchronous time, and of course there's asynchronous. At the younger grades, yes, absolutely. You know, we shouldn't have young kids home by themselves, hopefully. But in terms of what supervision means, like, does that mean like, well, the teacher's there, mom's right there, or the sitter's right there, or, you know, they're somewhere in the house while the child is engaging? And I think it varies, but yes, no one, when you look at like activities at the younger grades, they involve the parent or the guardian at home in them sometimes. But yes, but supervision in terms of you got to be right there, beyond just making sure a kid is not home alone, who's not allowed to be home alone. There isn't anything else beyond that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Haley?
Thank you for this update. It's nice to see you again. So I have a multi-part question here. When you saw that there was a disproportionate enrollment from low-income students, do you have a hypothesis on why that happened? as you looked at the data
Yeah,
about reasons
I
for
do.
enrollment?
I do, yeah. Nationally, it's held true too. More majority minority systems took longer to get back to in person. More majority minority systems have a lack of trust in their systems. More majority minority systems got less synchronous times. More majority minority systems have held on to virtual instruction. So it's something that's been studied, and the reasons vary. But one is just trust in, is it safe again, right? And just the notion of safety. Baltimore City lifting the mask mandate. Prince George's still hasn't, right? But Baltimore City doing it, it was a big deal, right? And Los Angeles is about to do it. And so I think there's that school systems need to do a better job of building back trust and the confidence of the parents that they serve, especially parents and guardians of historically disadvantaged communities who usually got short end of the stick. So why would they trust to come back? So in holding on to them, here's a virtual option, regardless of whether or not it's academically right for you. So that's one.
That's kind of my follow-up is we
Yeah.
know that there are good implementations of virtual learning and poor implementations. And
Yes.
that with the worst implementations is when a student is lost. They disappear from the radar and you don't know that they're making progress or getting appropriate instruction. Do any of these data tell us about which students are, we see that there are increases in the or decreases in the attendance rates. I don't think I saw it cut by group enough for me to tell whether there was differences there.
We
that were-
haven't cut the failure rates and such by groups, but we have done attendance rates, but we haven't done have we done the failure rates? We have not. We could cut it though if we wanted to, and we could do that in the next
It would
one.
be great because I'm trying to figure out if these are kids that are falling out of the system
Yeah.
or just looking for a different
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah, one of the key things that you saw on the last slide about what's the next frontier of the data is student characteristics and family characteristics. Like who are the like you and I hopefully will do a roundtable with families who are succeeding in virtual instruction and see what is it about that, and I'm looking forward to that. And so I told the team to start curating that because there's going to be qualities there. And I think it's going to involve a lot of different things that we already see in the research, but that's the goal as we wind down the year.
And I would like to see in your next steps, because I hear you're kind of going this way, the guidance that we might want to give for next school year. You're learning about some best practices because you're sharing with us promising things that you're seeing in the field. And I think as we go to next school year, because we've seen such diversity and implementation, we ought to offer some policy guidance and some floors even, that you can't just enroll people and they're off the radar, right?
I agree with you, and I think the claim was we supposedly did that when we approved their plans, but I'm going to be real with you. I don't think we did that in a rigorous manner, hence why we see what we see. And we just took things as verbal. So either we're going to do it, because this is something I'm going to prioritize, or we're going to have to do it because the law is going to say that might pass. That tells us to do it as well, too.
And I do think that as we look at equity, there's some reasons from an equity point of view that you have to do these things, right? And there are a couple of counties that don't have programs at all, others that are highly limited. So we have to think about access as well. What's equitable access and what's an equitable experience? And when they're trying to manage budgets and resources, the contracts where you outsource the teachers being part of the vendor staff, were they the same in terms of requirements for synchronous instruction and for contact with the student, or did they have, because we know if you're going to have a teacher engage often with students, it's going to cost you money.
Yep.
But if that's the requirement to have a good academic experience, we shouldn't allow there to be an experience that is substandard just because the budget dictates that.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. And yeah, that's why you clearly see that the vendor teachers don't do as well as our district hire teachers who, have better benefits, better expectations on them, more PD probably. I mean, you heard Allegheny and the level of trust and ongoing. I doubt vendor teachers are doing that.
If they could do a crosstab, and I guess it looks like you have the data, to see what's the synchronous hour and vendor teacher. Do they have as much diversity as other programs, or are vendor teachers having less synchronous hours?
We have that, and the data shows that vendor teachers provide less synchronous hours, correct? Yep, much less.
Yeah, so I think that, for me anyway, I don't want to impugn the teacher based on who's hiring them. I think it has to do with what most teachers have. Are you enabling them to be an effective teacher by giving them the right resources and access, et cetera, and they perhaps were not enabled because those aren't good practices?
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Morrow?
So I was just going to respond a little bit to Jean's comments about demographics. I mean, it's heavily skewed by Prince George's County, and more than 9,000 of these students in the K-6 program returned in person in February.
So the latest
So
numbers,
the quarter 3 information is going to significantly change.
We're going to be under we're going to be like 13,000 students who are going to be in virtual.
Yeah, I think once they got rid of the K-6, I think it's like 800 students are in the 7 through 12. So, I mean, Prince George's County alone drastically skews the demographic numbers statewide.
I think that we've talked about it in a previous one. The enrollment, the intake process and enrollment is a really important indicator for success.
Yep.
And so this year there were people that came to the process by fear, not necessarily by commitment to using this kind of an educational modality. But if you're going to make sure that you're taking care of the child, then you have to make sure that for whatever their motivation is, that they know what they're signing up for.
It was a scramble in August.
Yeah. 9 times out of 10 emails I got during that Prince George's moment to return them back was motivated by COVID's still going on, it's not safe, it's not safe. I rarely get an email saying, my kid is thriving, they're doing well, how dare you take me up? I cannot point to an email like that. Frankly, I might be even making that one up right now. So, yeah.
Ms. McCusker?
I had pulled a slide out for a statistic that threw me for a little bit of a loop, that Allegheny County's virtual program staffing was 86% substitutes. And then they're in the end for best practices, and Mr. Chaudhry, you had said something about, they see the programs do better when they're not vendor run, when the teachers are, because they have benefits, but substitutes don't have all of that. So how is Allegheny having that level of success with substitute teachers?
You guys want to, yeah.
You can explain. We talked about the same thing.
I just kind of went, wait.
So Allegheny has slightly lower numbers because they're smaller.
Yeah.
So like for their middle school level, they have one teacher that is teaching math, English, science, social studies to those students. But then when they have to teach, like take a world language or a PE or health, they're bringing in someone to teach that one class to those students as the specialty. So in their main cores, the main core is all being taught by the teachers, but they may be using someone to be brought in to teach so because it's lower staffing numbers, it makes it seem large because it's 87% when it's really not that large because of the small staff. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely, 100%, yes, thank you.
We had the same question, so
Good catch.
Okay.
How do you like the new template?
I think it's nice. Yeah.
The new board template going forward. Transforming the template too.
I think the word transformation is everywhere. Absolutely, that's a good thing. Yeah, that's a good thing. I think we're all going to support transformative change. Yeah.
I'd just like to offer this comment on the template. One, I think it's great because there's great consistency from presentation to presentation. And I think that the other thing that I'm noticing is, like all things that you do, you try and get a lot done in the time allotted. And so I think there may be a way, it's very helpful when we're reading these to get oriented with all of the kind of scripting. But when you're presenting, I think similar to not the two extremes, like not the summary that we have for the opening logistics, but not the slide by slide. We may be able to use this time for discussion and highlight a few points through the slides.
Got
I
it.
assume that we do our homework.
Yes, yeah, yes.
Oh,
I'm happy to do that, like similar like what I did for the COVID, and then instead, what aspects of the presentation? Yeah, we could do that, yep.
Are there any comments from those who are participating virtually? Senator Bates, Dr. Green?
None from me. This is
Okay.
Dr. Green.
I broke the data by gender.
Thank you.
You did it.
I think you're
I
muted.
caught that, Mr.
Senator Bates,
Chaudhry.
you're muted, I think.
And I was clapping and giving you applause. Thank you.
Good presentation, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Chang?
Yeah, I'm just sorry that I have one quick question about the data about the attendance of virtual and the all student. It seems, the virtual student is doing good in terms of participation or attendance. I would just say, is there any differences in calling roles or kind of different factor that jamming, or
Yeah.
because it's still within that Q2, right? And we still have some school or students being quarantined. That's why it doesn't count to the attendance rate.
The attendance rates look better in virtual because they're counted in different ways in our 24 systems. Do you remember when we had Attendance Works, they said that Connecticut standardized on how they defined attendance and such, and that metric in Connecticut versus in person wasn't higher because it was a more defined, a child has to log in and do an assignment, etc., to count towards it. That's where Texas moved to. We here said local school systems use your local policies to define that, and that's just how it's been. And pending this new law, if it passes, that's now moving through it. We'll see if anything happens. But regardless of it, I think you should have standard definitions for what counts as being here and present. But that's why you're seeing a higher attendance rate, because the standard isn't very high to how to count them here.
Sure,
I'm just
I
gonna
was-
say it that way. Yeah.
I'll look forward to the standardized statewide. Thank you.
Would an in-person quarantine also affect that with the number of kids, particularly during the Omicron spike and such?
Oh, yes.
Because if kids are attending in person, even at that time, I mean, it's different now, but at that time, if you were even asymptomatic, if you had to have those
It
first 5 or 10
definitely would.
days.
It would be an
and-
excused absence. So we'll see in the third quarter when we get there.
because that's changed, so I would expect
because
it to
be
change.
it would be right now, right? So
Right.
we're not quarantining kids, right?
Yeah.
So, but I would still bet that the virtual is higher for some. Yeah. All right.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Collins. We appreciate that presentation. Okay, the next matter, under COVID learning loss, kindergarten readiness assessments and early fall assessment results, that's under tab F.
Yep. Thank you. So tab F and G, Chandra Hazlett will join me. You got a preview of our data late in the fall. Now the data, that was like preliminary results. Now the data has, finalized and we've cleaned up, so we can show you disaggregated data to show how our students did coming out of the COVID year and into the in-person COVID year, I would say. And we also have our kindergarten readiness assessment, KRA, so excited to present that data to you. And there's a report that the Division of Early Childhood, that Stephen's team put together, that summarizes how our students are doing entering kindergarten. And then we'll talk about post-secondary outcomes, which is tab G. So we'll just go back to back on this, but we'll stop after one presentation for questions. With that, Chandra?
Good afternoon.
There you
All
go.
right,
Good afternoon.
All right, there is material in your packet. There were some revisions due to movement into the new template, so it was easier to just reprint the PowerPoint for you. There's also some data reports available for you that breaks down some assessment data by local school system.
So it's here.
Yes. So as Mr. Chaudhary said we'll be covering the kindergarten readiness assessment and Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program results, grade 2 through 8 and high school. So looking at the kindergarten readiness, and this is, some of this information may be a repeat, but the kindergarten readiness assessment is one component of the Ready for Kindergarten R4K comprehensive assessment system. What it does is it measures the knowledge, skills, and behaviors at kindergarten entry. The KRA uses observations of children's work and play, selected response items, performance tasks. And the readiness skills are measured, including language and literacy, social foundations, mathematics, physical well-being, and motor development. It is typically administered within the first 2 months of school. Currently, 21 of 24 local school systems administered the KRA to all kindergartners as a census test. There were 3 local school systems that still did a sample. To the right, you see over the past several years how that percent of kindergartners assessed has increased over the past few years due to local school systems moving from the sample to the census test. With the blueprint next year, all students will be taking the KRA assessment, so we'll see an increase of students being assessed next year as well. Well, digging into the data, kindergartners are determined to be one of 3 levels: demonstrating readiness, which is when they consistently demonstrate the foundational skills and behaviors that enable a child to fully participate in the kindergarten curriculum. Approaching readiness, they exhibit some of the foundational skills and behaviors, and then emerging readiness, which show minimal foundational skills and behaviors. To the left, you see some trend data over time. The 21-22 data shows that 40% of our students entered kindergarten readiness, ready for the curriculum. I do want to point out that the approaching readiness stayed consistent from the prior year. We did also see an increase in the percentage of students that had emerging readiness. Just as a reminder, KRA was not administered during the 2021 school year. So digging into the student group data, on this slide, just to kind of orient you to this slide, this is a comparison looking at the percent of kindergarten demonstrating readiness in the 2021 at the top on your left, and then compared to the percent of 2019 students demonstrating readiness. That first row shows the all students. So in 2019, 47% of our students were ready for kindergarten, whereas in 2021, 40% of our students were ready for kindergarten. And as you look down, you see each of the student groups, and you see that there is some variation across the student groups, but across most of them, there was a decrease in the percent of students entering kindergarten, demonstrating that readiness for kindergarten curriculum. I do want to point out that the students with disabilities did see an increase from 9% to 17%. Looking a little bit further into the student groups, English learners, students with disabilities, and economically disadvantaged students had lower percentages of demonstrating readiness as compared to their peers or students not identified as English learner, students with disabilities, or economically disadvantaged. I do want to point out that, as a reminder, the assessment is given in the first 2 months of each of the fall, so some of the students may still be going through the process of getting identified. So this data is based on those that have been identified by the time the assessment window closes. Just a further look at comparison of race, ethnicity, and economically disadvantaged. So what this slide shows is the percent demonstrating readiness by race, ethnicity, and by economically disadvantaged. So the blue bar for each of the races is the not economically disadvantaged, and the green is the economically disadvantaged. And across the board, you see that the students that were not economically disadvantaged were higher performing than those that were economically disadvantaged. That orange bar is the state, so it also gives you perspective into the variation in regards to the race ethnicity student groups compared to the state average. You also can look at the gaps. So just looking at the white, for example, on the far right, 58% of the students that were white, that were not economically disadvantaged, showed up to kindergarten ready for the curriculum. However, the white students, if they were economically disadvantaged, only 26% of them were ready. That's a gap of about 30%. In the middle, with the black African Americans, that gap was 18%. So you can do that comparison across each of the student groups as well. All right, so digging into grade 3 through 8 assessments in high school. So early fall results, just as a reminder, the assessments for the 2021 academic year were administered as an early fall 2021 administration window, which is quite unique due to the pandemic. The window was September 13th to October 22nd. The students took the assessment for the course or grade they were enrolled in for the prior school year, in the 2020-2021 school year. The early fall assessments were shortened tests with fewer performance levels reported, as shown here. Exceeded expectations, met expectations, and approached expectations. Percent proficient is defined as those top two, exceeded and met expectations. Looking at the percent of students that were assessed, actually not a lot of change from our preliminary data, which is good. ELA and math, we saw in early fall about 92% of our students were assessed, and science was slightly lower at 84%. If you just look across the nation, that's actually pretty good when you compare it to other states. But I do want to just remark that Maryland historically has been a state that has had a very high assessment percentage. We've generally been in the 99% assessment rate. So 94, 92% is kind of unusual for me, but it still nationally is actually pretty good in regards to the ability of our local school systems to get their students assessed. I do want to make a note that we have about 1% of our students that take the alternate assessment. That is not reflected in this data. So that, for example, ELA in 2018-2019, we show that 98% of our students were assessed for this particular assessment. It's actually closer to 99% when you look at the students that took the alternate assessment. So for the early fall assessments, we would be about 1 percentage point higher in regards to the percentage of our students that were assessed. So looking at by grade, and this is the early fall results for English language arts. The proficiency rate for the early fall decreased as compared to spring 2019. Looking specifically at ELA 3 through 8 combined, in the bottom and the middle, the proficiency rate decreased by 13 percentage points, going from 44% to 31%. I do want to point out the ELA percentage went up from 43% to 57%. If you look over to the right, I have provided the counts by year for the students that were assessed in 2019 and the fall 2021. You should see that the ELA 10 was 88,000 students, 820 that were assessed in the spring of 2019. If you may recall, back in 2019, we were using assessments to meet graduation requirements, and so we had quite a few students that were taking the test multiple times. If you actually look at first-time ELA test takers, ELA 10 test takers, the percentage is about 56%, which is closer to what we saw in early fall with 57%. I knew I was going to get the question later, so I just thought I'd just throw that in there. You have a question about that? Sorry.
Thank you for the extra information and anticipating it. I just looked at the outliers, and I also wanted to know, what are we doing right in grade 6 and 10?
We have looked at that data, and we are still continuing to dig into it, so I don't have any firm answers right now. But yes, we did note that the ELA 6 saw an uptick as well. Yes, that is the one grade we saw an uptick. Okay, so digging into this data for student groups, similar to the other graphs that I presented in KRA, if you look at the first row that shows the all students, we were at 44% in 2019. We did see a drop to 31% in 2021. If you look down the graph, you see that nearly all of the student groups did see a decrease. And in fact, in this one, they all saw a decrease in the percent proficient. The state saw the decrease of 13%. The arrows, the size of the arrows represent the amount of the decrease. So it gives you a visual representation of the amount of decrease from 19 to 21. The nenext slide is the English 10 specifically, and then this is the case where we saw the increase from 43% in 2019 to 57% in 2021. It shows the increases across each of the student groups, which was about 14% for the state. Early fall, so turning to the math, the proficiency rate results for early fall decreased as compared to spring 2019. For math grade 3 through 8 combined, the proficiency rate decreased by 16 percentage points from 31 to 15%. And looking across the left, you see similar declines across each of the grade levels. Algebra 1, again, saw a 20% decrease. This is all grades, from 27% to 7%. Again, if you look over to the counts, there's a number of our students that took the test multiple times in 2019. Looking at first-time Algebra 1 test takers, that is 38%. So it's an even greater drop. Looking at student groups for math 3 through 8 specifically, the first row is all students. You see that we went from 33% to 15%. That's a drop of 18% statewide. Looking down, you see each of the different student groups. Again, a visual representation in regards to the amount of drop by that arrow. Then looking specifically at Algebra 1, I provided a disaggregation by grade so that you can see the differences for our grade 6, grade 7, grade 8, and the students that take it in high school. The all algebra, again, from the previous slides is provided here for context. There was a decrease in proficiency rate across all the grades in Algebra 1. And the numbers were actually, if you look at the test takers, the numbers were fairly similar, except when you get to grade 8, and then in high school because of those repeat test takers. Looking at the student groups for Algebra 1, the first row again is all students. We went from 27% to 7%. Across the board, we saw decreases for all of the student groups, as you can see going down the graph. Okay, the other assessment that we provided was science, which is a little bit different in that it is taken by students once in elementary, once in middle school, and once in high school. It's done at 5th grade, 8th grade, and 10th grade. The proficiency rate was higher for early fall 2021 when compared to the 2018, 2019, or spring 2019 assessments. When you look across all the grades, we went from 34% to 42%, which is an 8% increase. And looking at the student groups, this provides the information on the increases across each of the student groups. Again, that first row shows all students from 34% to 42%, and you can get a visual representation of the amount of increase by each of the student groups. Okay, so the next couple slides actually look at the learning loss. This was an update to a presentation that was provided last summer. It is a cohort analysis. So what this looks at is grade 3 students in 2019, and the same students, what was their performance on the grade 5 assessment. So it's looking at students that have that grade 3 and that grade 5 test and what their performance was, looking specifically at those 2 points in time. So what you can see on the left is that the students not proficient in grade 3, or 31,590, only 6% were proficient in grade 5. So only 6% of students who were not proficient on their 3rd grade test became proficient on their 5th grade test. So that is, and then on the right-hand side, on the flip, for students that start off as proficient in grade 3, 47% are not proficient in grade 5, or nearly half of them. So those that might have last year's presentation handy, the comparison from what we've seen pre-pandemic, the 17% proficient, only 17% proficient became not proficient. So what you see is that is a difference of 30%. 18% not proficient, or a difference of, I almost feel like I'm reading the wrong slide here. So there is actually a learning loss when you compare it to the prior pre-pandemic time. That's pretty significant. 18% not proficient. Yeah, so here we go. So right here we see 6% of students that were not proficient on the third grade test became proficient. Pre-pandemic, that was 18%. So that is a difference of 6%. So that's the learning loss there. And then when you look at the students that were proficient and how many of them dropped to non-proficient, that was only 17%. So that is a difference of 30%. So that's quite a bit of a learning loss. Sorry about that. So looking at math specifically, for students that were not proficient in grade 3, or 30,995, only 4% of them were proficient in grade 5. For students that start off as proficient in grade 3, 51% of them are not proficient in grade 5, about half as well. And I'm just highlighting the difference there. There were, last summer, pre-pandemic, there were 23% that were proficient that became not proficient. So that is a difference of 26%. The last slide that I provided gives you a look across the local school systems. So this is just a comparison of the percent of students based on that cohort analysis in 2019 as compared to 21. What you see here is that all local school systems saw a decrease in both ELA and math. ELA is on the left, math is on the right. And just pointing out, there's a range in regards to local school systems. For the ELA, the range is 27% of a high for a decrease, 6% for Baltimore City. And on the math side, the high of 30% of a drop for Allegheny and 9% of a drop for Somerset. So I will end before taking questions and turning it back over to Mr. Chaudhary with just a reminder that we publish all this data on the Maryland report card. This information is there now. It is a different view than what we normally present or publish due to the unique nature of these assessments, but the data is available as a download. You have all the regular assessments, ELA, math. You also have the alternate assessment, participation rates, and we have added KRA data. All this information is available at the LEA and the school level. And with that, I will turn it back to Mr. Chaudhary and any questions.
Are there any questions? Ms. Howard?
So sorry. Again, it's devastating, but I appreciate the transparency. And I, in the spirit of transformation and the enlightenment that you've offered to us, I'm confused by this title. We're coming back weaker, not stronger. I don't understand that.
Coming back off of this baseline, you know.
For the future.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Well, I do think.
I'll be sure to clarify that in every presentation.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that as we're trying to have the community rally around the need for transformation, it's the same process that we've had at this table. You need to be shocked by these numbers.
Absolutely.
And these numbers are really, truly shocking, and there's no place in the state where you can sit and feel okay about these numbers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I invited Karen Chenoweth right next to this data and presentation for a reason, because there are systems that went through COVID with students living in poverty and everything and held it. And there are systems that are showing that with low numbers, they can help students achieve. So
it's a wonderful point.
Yeah.
Because her research, which I can't remember which school system it was, but they went back to these early learners and said this was the best investment that they could make, and they struggled to find the dollars.
Yep.
And we are obviously in need of great transformation with these young learners.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. And the investment that Maryland is making in terms of dollars plus the federal dollars, we really have no excuse to not get this right.
It doesn't,
Yeah.
I don't know if this is an unusual time, I give you that, but even before this unusual time, they weren't acceptable numbers. And I don't know, think a lot of what we got from the earlier presentation is it's not just the dollars.
Absolutely.
And so,
yeah, like one of the districts she studies is Lane, Oklahoma. It's not a, you go to their website, they don't have like fancy iPads or anything else, but they deliver reading in a world-class way where parents of special education students opt out to other districts to come there because their kids are going to be educated better. So we really, this is the time to get it right. We've been using the expression blueprint generation. This is the time to get it right. So
this is worthy to cry over.
Other comments? Tomorrow?
So, is that on? I am really interested in the algebra scores, honestly. So my daughter was in this cohort that had algebra last year. So I'm not surprised to see this, just based on what I heard at our own school. This may be too specific for the data that we get, but has there been any comparison about like these particular kids relative to the first and second quarter grades in math this year, or is that too specific relative to what we?
Haven't looked at that. We normally don't do that analysis, but we could. We haven't, but I could look at what the, because the algebra assessment comes in the spring, or that test, and then what you would be looking at is their failure rates based on their assignments and courses, right? So we can look at that. We're back in person now, so I would imagine a trend up. Yeah, so.
And I also, this, like I said, this is my child's cohort. One of the things we always heard as we were dealing with parents trying to learn Common Core math in elementary school is that we heard Common Core math at the elementary school level, and this cohort has probably had entirely Common Core math, that should then help them as they get to middle school and algebra. And
that is true.
Were we seeing that? I realize COVID came at this very inopportune time. I guess for me personally, I've watched, my son switch to Common Core later in elementary school, and my daughter had Common Core entirely. So I wonder, and I worry about this cohort as they are getting to higher levels of math in high school without having as strong a foundation in algebra. So I guess that's just
no, absolutely.
One of my things that kind of keeps me up at night at times.
Virtual instruction, moving everyone to remote versus the parent and the kid who's the best fit for. Math saw the biggest declines across the country. Math is one of those where synchronous time and linear explanations and direct instruction, right, and that peer-to-peer interaction, all of that matters, and we saw it in math. So there's that. Even though we've had a few years of, Common Core shift in mathematics and teaching math differently and aligning more in terms of how international mathematics is taught, we're not there yet. Maryland's math scores were actually dipping even before pre-pandemic, and it's still a massive struggle to make that shift. Some schools and teachers have made that shift. Others are still struggling with it. It's a lot of work, and it's a big culture shift, right? We have teachers who had math anxiety when they were kids who became math teachers, and now you're telling them to teach math. It's a real thing. It's a real shift, and it's going to take... and then we had the pandemic come, so we have work to do. Math is something I've been thinking about lately. Reading... We know what needs to be done in terms of delivering high-quality reading instruction and then smart interventions for older kids. But for the math piece, we haven't dedicated the time and resources like the way we should, and that's something I'm hoping as we get to our strategic plan that will be a key facet of it. Yep.
Okay, if we could, I'm sorry, Ms. Chang.
I'm sorry, I always come in late. Yeah, I do have a comment and 2 questions. My comment is that, I like the template, but I think it's getting too blue, so we don't see the kids' faces.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll lighten it out and bring the picture of the kids.
I second the doctor on
All right.
that. I was going to
Thank
say
you.
something about it, but I want to.
You want to see the kids more?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so we kind of,
We'll do that.
yeah, kind of. grade out.
Noted.
I agree with her.
Yeah, and the other thing is about the
I actually lightened it a little bit too. So-
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing is about the color scheme. It is good, yeah, I have no problem. But with some of this positive side, that's something increase in the trend, in the target or goal we are looking for. It's kind of all gray out. I'm saying, can I read?
Which
You know,
slide are you talking about?
like a 13.
Slide 13.
You know, with the proficiency, they are
Oh,
kind of
I
scoring
see.
higher, increasing. I would say it would be more attractive, you know. Yeah, if
Make
we
it
can
pop
make
more?
you know,
Got it.
colorful,
Got it.
like, you know, exciting.
Got it. Her feedback is about the slides. I got it.
Yeah,
I got it.
and the downwards, yeah, the blue is good. It's okay, but yeah, maybe see red, you know,
All
so
right.
kind of
Good to know.
draw attention.
That's good feedback.
But my question here is that for the kind of KARs, the assessment, yeah, when you mentioned that it was like the second or after they finish the second month, that all the students get assessed, right? Am I get the timing
The
right?
first 2 months.
Yeah, the first 2 months.
First 2 months.
Okay. I was just curious because some of the students maybe are English learner, you know, how can you tease it out, you know, say that would not be one of the factor kind of offsets the student being bright and be able to follow instruction, but hey, doesn't know what you are trying to ask her to or him to do.
Yeah.
How can you differentiate?
One of our conversations for English language learners is having an instrument that's delivered in that other language, because it's assessing skills that are social skills as well, and to say that child does not have the social skills because you assessed it in English and you know, they didn't really understand what the instruction is. So that's something we're looking at, and we want to. But this is something, it's powerful that we have a statewide kindergarten readiness assessment. A lot of states don't have it, but it is a tool that has to, you know, you have to respond to it and has to mean something. Like you shouldn't see diminishing returns by the time they go to third grade, and we do see that as well. So we're looking at building out a tool, a set of assessment tools between K and 2. So we will have one at first, second, and third as well, or we have one at third. So that way there's, and being able to use that throughout the year rather than take a snapshot just at one point in the year, do it at grading, at strategic points in the year. So yes, and then the other thing to know about it is it wasn't required of everyone. It was sampling, and so we're shifting as a state to, as part of the blueprint, now it being required. So that's a big shift as well for people.
Yeah, I think that's very good, you know, to starting to assess the students. So at least the teachers or whoever the curriculum team can base on whatever they observe
Yeah.
and then kind of
Yep.
start from there, or kind of grouping students differently.
Differently
you
based
know,
on
to
how they're doing.
enhance their learning experience. So that I'm all for it. And the last thing is based on this morning's guest speaker, Dr. Chenoweth, about, I would like to ask the question. Yeah, on the slide, I forgot which slide, I kind of dog-eared that. I think Jean asked that the ELA grade 6 and 10, that's two big spike jump. But across the board, it's greatly done about the science proficiency level.
Yep.
All level across the board, from elementary to high schools, all in the upswing trend, which is good. And I like to ask, what did they do differently?
What did they do differently? No, it's something we need to look at. We also remember, we also gave like a modified test, right? So we have to, this spring is our first full administration of MCAP, or even going to be standard setting. Like the state never got a chance to give the full administration because of COVID. So we had to give this modified version in the fall. So this spring, we're going to see even more data, and it'll be interesting to see with a return to in-person with a crazy January in between. And so, but we'll dig more into that. You know, it could be just one of those years, or it could be a sign of something else. You know, we do know in the high school level, that assessment is part of their grade. At one point, it was required for graduation. It's not required for graduation anymore, right? But it's 20% of their grade. So there's an element of a different kind of focus at the high school level. The stakes-wise is different, right? You're not going to get an A in a class if you don't get that other 20%. So that might also be a factor as well. But we can dig more into it.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm just thinking, could be sixth grader, their reading material is more interesting than the others. That could
That's
be
a possibility.
kind of, putting the students' incentive or more engaged in a way.
Yeah.
Because when I saw my kids when they were little, they're reading, different reading materials are differently. Yes.
Yep.
Thank
that
you.
makes sense.
Ms. McCusker?
When you're talking about the importance of the data that we're gaining from KRA and building it out into first and second, and I just want to caution, and we don't want to take our time on testing into an unreasonable level. We do have a law in place on the number of minutes and the amount of instructional time that can be used on testing, and as MSD talks about rolling out more tests, the question is, if you're going to add time on testing, where are you going to get the time back if we're right at, and each district has different numbers because they have their own, local
Those
tests
are
that they're
gonna be
doing,
just
and
tools, optional tools. I don't see us going standardizing K1, 2. No state has done, but they're optional tools that you can use throughout the year. If you already have a high quality screener, for example, for reading, and it's equal to or greater than our state available screener, great. If you don't have a good tool, here's one.
so these aren't standardized tests you're talking about rolling out?
Yeah.
Okay, because I don't want to see us,
They're
especially in the
tools.
younger grades,
Yeah.
which is, they really need to be working on instructional tasks and building relationships, and the SEL is so important right now.
They're standardized tools that can be given as part of the day-to-day experience at snapshots in the year, but you don't have to use them if you don't want to. It's not going to be like third grade stop drop-in tests during the spring, nothing like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
'cause, I just want us to keep an eye on that, especially, the law is what the law is, and you know me and where I am with testing anyway.
Yeah.
But particularly for our babies, our youngest students, because what they need is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's more so if you're showing kids who are kinder ready, and we're seeing diminishing returns by the time they get to third grade, just making sure you have things along the way to make sure what's happening and what's not. If your district already has great local tools around that, great. If not, then here's an option.
Okay, I just wanted to make
That's
sure
the
we're
way
not
I would
throwing a
describe
bunch
it.
of more standardized time on test status.
Not additional spring tests. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Green, does Dr. Green have a comment?
Yes. Question about the English language for grades 3 and 8, which is essentially reading, and the English 10. I think this may be what Bianca was touching upon, the fact that, we are looking abysmal on the English language arts in grades 3 through 8, but we had that uptick for the English 10, and I think, Mr. Choja, you were addressing that, saying that the motivation was probably there for the English 10.
Yeah, I think there's more of a stake because, we have Comar that has it's part of their grade, 20% of their grade, so it's a different element in terms of taking that test, right? And what grade you end up getting, your class is impacted by it, and that's something that we have. And then it used to also be a graduation requirement. Obviously, that has changed, but the grading element has not. So I think that's a factor in it. 57% still means there's almost half of the kids are still not there. So, but it's an uptick. But I think that uptick you'll probably annually see different up down phenomenon there, just because, like I said, the motivating factor of taking that test is different for high schoolers than students in grades 3 through 8.
And hopefully, again, with the grades 3 through 8, when we begin our reading initiative and our focus on improving reading, that those grades will change also, because
Absolutely.
this truly these data truly are sad. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you, and thank you very much for that presentation. I'm just noticing our timing, and I know we have another presentation in reference to the graduation rate. It's now almost 20 of 3, so I think there's going to have to be some adjustments, and we can either make them now or we can make them in connection with some of the other items. The action items, I think we certainly need to address.
Yes. It is our last presentation, so I'll let you guys decide. I mean, it is post-secondary data, who's, AP, graduation data, college going, all of those things during the pandemic. So if you want to, great. If you would like to move on to the COMAR item,
Why don't
we
you
can.
do a summary? Give it a shot.
A summary, quick and dirty. Chandra, I'm going to let you do it since you haven't remembered. Why don't you pick some slides?
Can I just pull up the slide and
Yeah,
just
yeah,
skip
you
through
can
a
just
couple
do
of them?
some slides. Yeah.
You can do it as you roll through.
Yes, I can talk fast and just do
Well,
5 or 6 slides.
This is not to indicate, this is not
The indicator.
important information, because everything I think that we consider is important, but I think we need to be a little bit sensitive to the timing, and I would rather hear what you can succinctly put together in case we have other questions.
Okay.
We may ask that these items be brought back for further discussion.
Okay.
Thank you for your willingness to adjust a little bit. It will help us some, so thank you.
So the first slide I will review is just kind of a context in regards to the number of high school graduates. We had 58,192 students that graduated this year. With a regular diploma, we have about 1% that graduate with a certificate, and the numbers are to the right. For the cohort graduation rates, it is something that we've been reporting on for a long time. At the very bottom bullet, we measure a 4-year and a 5-year cohort graduation rate and a 4-year dropout rate. And so I'll touch on each of those. So for the 4-year cohort graduation rate, we saw an uptick from the prior year. We went from 86.8% in 2020 to 87.2% in 2021. And you have the trend here to review. This is information by student groups. I was going to highlight here the variation. The Hispanic students and the EL students in particular actually saw an increase, and I thought that was noteworthy. But you will see with the lines that a significant number of the student groups are below the state average. We don't need this one. Local school system, you have the data in your packet as well. We have several of our local school systems were higher than 95%. Kent, Queen Anne's, and Talbot are pointed out here. They're the dark blue. So 5 years, some students take a little bit more time to graduate. We did see a decrease from 88.9% to 88.3%. That's not unsurprising given our 4-year increased. The dropout rate also decreased, which is good news, from 8.3% to 7.4%, and you see here the trend from prior years. The next question we always get is who are our dropouts? So that information is provided here. The Hispanic students and the EL student groups are the groups that tend to drop out more frequently than the other groups. There is a black line that shows the state average, so you can look across the student groups and see that. This is by local school system. I'm going fast. So I did want to look at the other thing is the college readiness assessment, AP and SAT. So this is slide 18. AP participation remained consistent primarily because AP does have a remote option. And it was 43.6% of our graduating class actually had at least one AP exam. I did provide demographic data, and you can see that that there was a decrease, there was an increase in the white students and a increase in the Asian students from 2020 to 2021, and a decrease in Hispanics and African American students, which I wanted to point out. This slide provides just a look at the LEAs and where our students are participating. We have, and the graph on the right just shows that our graduating class has remained consistent in regards to the number of students that had at least one AP exam scoring a 3 or higher. So that's good news for AP. So then when we look at SAT, SAT did not have a remote option, and we did see a decrease from 79% to 46% statewide in our students that had participated in SAT. This also might be due to the fact that colleges were not emphasizing the need to have an SAT exam after the pandemic, during or after the pandemic. You have the demographics over to the right, and that's very similar to what we saw with AP, with an increase in whites and Asian, and a decrease in Hispanic and African American and Black students. This goes over the performance. We did see an increase, which is common when you look at a decrease in participation. All student groups saw an increase in their total score. I do want to highlight the fact that 21 of our LEAs offer SAT school day in the 2021 academic year. Some of them offered it in the fall. Others offered it in the spring. We only had 3 that did not offer the SAT day. So I did want to highlight that. So this is the last area. Post-secondary enrollment. Fewer Maryland students are enrolling in post-secondary institutions. Of the 2020 graduates, so we're a year lag because we're looking at enrollment in college, 60.5% enrolled within 12 months, 63% enrolled within 16 months. We do not have the 24 months yet, but as you can see from the trend, that is a decrease from our prior trend lines. Information on local school systems. We have Howard and Hartford with over 70% of their students having their students enroll in college. And this is by student groups, and you can see the variability across the student groups. And you can actually see that very few of the student groups improved from 2019 to 2020. Everybody saw a decrease across all the student groups. National perspective, I don't know if we need to go over this, but the MD report card, all this information is available on the MD report card all the way to the school and local school system level. And with that, that's about as fast as I can go through a presentation.
Thank you for your flexibility.
There's
We
questions.
No, I just,
You have a question, Ms. Jang?
no, I just want to offer an observation on slide 21.
Okay.
The state total score of SAT is 1070, while the white population is the highest at 1117. It should be above the state line, right? I think the state line should be
Which
lower.
slide? Sorry, which slide?
21.
Graphic isn't right. She's right.
Yes, that's
You have a
poor.
future as a graphic artist.
Yeah,
You're
that's
terrific.
That's copy paste into the template. Yes, we'll
Okay,
get that
thank
corrected.
you.
We can
Stop
correct
blaming the template.
that. It's placement of the line. It's placement of the line.
Bianca will always catch our errors on slides.
And that's very important. We want the
Yes,
errors
We
caught.
appreciate it. No, we'll make sure to
Yep.
clean it up
Yep.
before we post it.
Sally?
Okay, so I just had a question on slide 19.
Okay.
As we look at the AP participation, I'm wondering, when we see this uneven distribution, is it a budget issue? Is it a recruitment issue? Do they have equal access?
It's both a resource as well as an access equity issue as well. It's both. I've visited schools so far in my shadows where, it's like two different worlds, with the AP student who has a full load and what the rest of the school looks like. And I've visited schools where, they're working with like equal opportunity schools to further diversify. So it's both, and our school systems are in different places on their journey on this. And so until we get to a more, the CCR pathways, when we build those out for Blueprint, it's going to be very important, like what every child has access to regardless of their zip code. And so that's going to that's where costs will come in. But it's also going to take cultural shifts and things like that. But I can tell you, just on my visits, I've seen two different worlds and shifts on AP in the same school.
You can see some consistency between the AP participation and the college enrollment.
Yep.
And so, yeah, it does seem like we have
Absolutely.
within the state.
Yeah.
some-
Yeah, we have work to do, a lot of work to do. in that.
I just want to add to that, it was going to be part of the talking points, there is dual enrollment, that depending on the priority of the local school systems, some of the students go towards the AP pathway
Or the dual.
or the dual enrollment pathway.
Kevin.
Dr.
Thank you.
Green, do you have a question?
No, I just had a comment. I want to first thank Mr. Chaudhry for the great disaggregating of data by gender. Thank you. And I also want to, again, colleagues, you've heard me say this over and over again for years, our boys continue to be at the bottom of test scores, at the bottom of graduation rates. So just keep that in mind as we go forward to find out just what we can do to help our boys, especially our boys of color, but all of our boys, really.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry, Mr. Bogan?
Yep, I just had a question relating to, a comment, not a question. Well, the comment I would say is like, you know, like AP participation, so many students who have the potential to score well, some people are, they're just not given the opportunity to do that. And even when you say the goal is to ensure that regardless of zip code, they can achieve education, due to certain barriers within the school, such as counselors not challenging the student, or the counselor feeling like the student can't excel that way, not challenging them.
Absolutely.
When you don't challenge a student enough, when you don't do that, they have no chance, and all students don't advocate for themselves to take harder classes, and when they could succeed and do so much well in them. I think that's a wide thing I've been hearing and something I've experienced too, having to push myself to take these classes when the counselors wouldn't advocate for me to take them. And also, is there, do you guys collect data on IB courses or the IB program too?
We do.
We do, yes, we do. We can add that to the presentations going forward, sure.
I know I go to an IB school. I would just love to
Yeah,
see.
it's not a lot in terms of,
I think 8, but it might have increased.
but we can do that.
We have it.
And then on the participation piece, the one thing I'll share, there was legislation right before the pandemic, modeled after what Washington did, where they took away the gatekeeping by adults into entry, and where, like, if kids scored a certain level at 8th grade, they automatically enrolled them into the higher class or the AP class, and it was an opt-out rather than opt-in, and they saw huge shifts and it was modeled after a district in right outside of Seattle who had made that shift with their board, which ultimately inspired a state law, and they have made major strides. It's a case study, and frankly, it's something I'm going to push for. And there was legislation thrown out here in Maryland modeled after that. It needs some fine tuning, but it was right around COVID, so it wasn't the timing wasn't good. But just things like that make a huge difference, such as universal screening for gifted and talented ed, when you take out the gatekeeping by adults on it and you screen all kids. Yes.
Mr. Cusker?
And also talking about access with AP, keep in mind that for kids to take the AP exams, it costs money.
Yep.
And while people of certain income levels can get financial aid to do that, the threshold is fairly low. So you may have families that aren't qualifying for a whole lot of aid, but also don't have hundreds of dollars to throw at AP exams either. So there's another equity issue in the cost of AP. And if you have a child taking five AP courses and they want to take 5 AP exams as a parent who has written the check, it is substantial. And
The school didn't pay for it.
No, and not all school, no, I mean, there are some school systems, think they have grants and stuff, it's very uneven across the state, and it can be very, very expensive. So that's another piece of the equity component.
Absolutely.
Thank you again for the presentation and for your flexibility in working with us.
It's the quickest data presentation ever.
Yeah.
We have a legislative update that we wanted to give. I figure that's important. And then we have our COMAR.
We do.
And then we're done.
turn for the legislative session update.
Okay. All right, we'll pull Ari. She will join us. And in your packet, you have like the latest in terms of like the newest pieces of legislation and some updates on things that we were tracking. So I think it's like a 2-sheeter. If you can pull it out, it looks like that. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Before I dive in, I just want to take a moment to introduce Yusuf Ahmed, who's the newest member of our team. He's the Executive Director of Governmental Affairs, Education Policy, and External Relations. And to say I am thrilled he is here would be an understatement.
Well, we extend a welcome to you and appreciate your being a part of this team, this wonderful team that we have. So look forward to working with you, and welcome.
Yusuf brings better part of a decade of experience in Annapolis and relationships, and so we're very lucky to have him. Speaking of Annapolis, I would say this is a very busy week in Annapolis. Yesterday was crossover day, so as you may remember from our presentation in January, that means that all bills that have any real shot of becoming law need to have been passed in at least one chamber and crossed over to the other as of yesterday. So that means despite our best efforts to get you the most up-to-date data, we sent you something yesterday based on where things were Sunday evening, and even now that has changed substantially. So the document, the tracker list that you have showed about, I believe, 75 education-related bills that had crossed over had passed at least one chamber, and that is now up to about 100. And when you're looking at your tracker sort of document, there's it's kind of garish colors, but yellow means that it has in fact crossed over, or it has in fact passed at least one chamber or the other, and we'll make sure that you get an updated version of this by the end of this week so that you can see where things stand.
Give me a kindness. When you give us this one,
Bigger?
give me, no, just give me a little color key.
Yes, it's actually, I'm going to move it.
Because I'm
sorry, I got two questions about it. It's at the very bottom, which is not very helpful. We'll put it at the top for you.
That to me looks like another bill.
Yep, I completely understand. It is there, it's at the very bottom, but we'll move it so that it is more obvious. That is a totally fair question.
Lots of design feedback today.
Well, you know, as you always say, these things matter. All right, so if you'll turn with me to the Word document, I want to highlight one last piece of new legislation, new education-related legislation for you for this session that was introduced since the last time that we spoke. That is a high-priority bill. This is House Bill 1450, which would adjust timelines for a few important pieces of the blueprint. So the bill extends the time available for all parties, including the Accountability and Implementation Board, the MSDE, and the local school districts, to build comprehensive blueprint implementation plans. It makes updates to the language requiring automatic withholding of a portion of state funds each year, clarifying that the withholding is 25% of the increase in state funds over the prior year's funds. It also adds 1 year to the time districts and the MSDE have to plan for and build the new support pathways. Those are the pathways that we've talked about here with you to support students who have not yet demonstrated college and career readiness by the end of 10th grade. This bill extends the time to build and implement those pathways by 1 year. So under this bill as currently written, the support pathways would be implemented in the 23-24 school year. It passed the House yesterday and will now go to the Senate, where it's been referred to the Budget and Tax Committee. The bill is somewhat responsive to the timeline proposal MSDE put forward multiple times, including in presentation to the Accountability and Implementation Board. So the MSDE, we have taken a position that we support this bill with amendments, which we will continue to ask for on the Senate side, and which would provide the additional time needed for strategic, thoughtful, and engaged building and implementing of those CCR pathways. So we're continuing to ask for the same timeline that we've talked over here with you and talked over to the Accountability and Implementation Board. And then I'll turn now to providing updates on three pieces of legislation highlighted in prior meetings. So you'll see the first two are both virtual schools bills, Senate Bill 362 and House Bill 1163. They are both virtual schools bills, but I would say that's honestly about where the similarities end with these two bills. The State Department of Ed served on the working group chaired by Senator Penske that led to the development of SB 362. We've talked about it with you guys in our last meeting. Both MSDE and the State Board weighed in with the Senate to support the bill and suggest proposed amendments. Neither MSDE nor the State Board has taken a position on House Bill 1163. Both bills have now passed their original chambers and have been sent to the opposite chamber for consideration, but because of their differences, it is fairly hard to see a likely path forward for either of them at this point. But we will continue to monitor closely and alert you if there's an update that you should be aware of. Finally, Senate Bill 379 removes the requirement that State Board of Education have the approval of the governor in order to remove a member of the Caroline County, Charles County, or Prince George's County Boards of Education under certain circumstances. The bill, you've already seen this bill once before, but just as an update, the bill passed the Senate 44-0 and is now moving on to the House, and MSD has taken no position on this bill. And that is all I have for you. If you have questions, comments on these or another specific bill, I know you know how to find me, and you're certainly welcome to follow up.
Are there comments or questions of Ms. Americana? Oh, I'm sorry, General Sumter.
With the end of the session coming, and we won't meet again until the end of April, can we get a weekly update now?
Yeah,
Would that be
absolutely.
possible?
We'll make sure you get a weekly update on the newly updated color-coded
Yes.
document, as well as anything like, if anything's is very unique where I need to break the weekly cycle to give you like an
Please.
email, we will, absolutely. Yeah,
Of course.
Thank you very much.
no doubt.
I have a question. Are any of the bills a threat or risk to the strategic plan we're working on in collaboration with the AIB? Thanks.
No. In fact, none of the bills look like that. I mean, there are bills that are trying to throw out new curricular mandates which have no shot of passing, frankly, and those, we would have brought those up. But in terms of like this blueprint timeline shift or no bills look like that. Like, we didn't get everything we asked for in the timeline shift, but we asked for timeline shifts and we got
Absolutely.
that. I will tell you, Annapolis, I mean, at least people tell me I'm still new somewhat to town. And, it's a different, like, I think on the virtual bill, both sides who were on different views of the bill were using my letter to prove each of their points. And I just needed them to agree. Apparently on the floor, they were holding I'm like, can you both see you're right and come up with a more nuanced position? That would be awesome. But nuance isn't always the case sometimes. But I will say, like, we have a presence. Like, we're making people think, we're making people question, we're making people like, oh, yeah, that's not a good idea, or that's a good idea, or that could be a better idea, or that's a good idea. Oh, man, I wish I would have thought of it, but I'm still going to still do this. I'm like, well, you can change it. And so I have appreciated that, and, like, we are respected, and I think that's what I wanted this year. So no threats.
Dr. Green?
Yes, I had a question. There was legislation that you mentioned the last time about homeschools coming under the purview of MSDE. Was that legislation?
It wasn't homeschools coming under the purview. I think people saw it as that. We didn't take a position on it. We engaged with the member of the assembly who was proposing it. I think it ended up not happening. Go ahead.
I believe it's been withdrawn by the sponsor.
It's been withdrawn.
I think. I'll
but
confirm
let's
for you.
confirm. But basically what it was to create a work group that MSDE would essentially staff to get feedback on homeschool, stakeholders into the homeschool environment and what comes out of that, right? Like, is there other things we could be doing to better support our families who choose that option, both at the state level? And there were some concerns about if you do that, then the state might come up with more regulations or not, and so ultimately it just didn't happen. The assembly member who proposed it, came from a good place, like, hey, let's get feedback, let's see what that looks like, because there's been an increase of homeschool families and also demographic shift as well, too. People are not having that conversation, but yeah.
It was not withdrawn, but it did not cross over, and they did not take a vote on it.
There you go.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Senator Bates, do you have a concern or question you'd like to raise?
You're on mute.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I think she's on mute.
She's muted, but I think she said she didn't.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Okay, Ms. Chang?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I do have a comment. I know it could be a lot of work, but I'm not sure if it's possible. I know this is very nice, and also we got a soft copy. Is it possible we can have a hyperlink and click into it, and so it'll...
Oh, to click into where you can find the individual bills. Let me look at it. It seems like we can definitely do that.
Thank
And if there's
you.
any individual ones, if you need help finding anything, I'm also happy to help you.
Okay, that would be really helpful.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
The bill text.
Yeah, right, under
Yeah,
the
yeah,
title.
yeah, we can do that.
I can
Yes.
see it's under 9. It
Yeah.
looks like you can
Sure.
hyperlink it and open
Oh, yes,
up
we
the
can do that.
document.
Yes.
We could do that.
Yes, we
and,
should be able to do that.
I'll buy you a sip of coffee or something after he does that.
Am I correct, Senator Bates? You're not asking, because you're muted, I think.
Trying to unmute enough.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty with
Yeah,
technology.
we can hear you now.
My only comment is that, yes, the crossover deadline is important because that guarantees a hearing in the other chamber. But it doesn't mean that if it didn't make crossover, that it will not have a chance to be heard and voted. So just kind of keep in mind, you can't take it as totally secure that if there's something you didn't like that didn't make crossover, that doesn't mean it's dead. Just
Thank you. That is helpful context, and we certainly trust your guidance on that. Thank you.
Well, I've gotten caught up in some of those, so thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Ms. Americano, thank you very much. We appreciate that presentation. Look
Thank
forward to
you.
hearing from you almost weekly.
Indeed.
All right. We have our COMAR item.
regulations.
Yeah, I'm going to call up Assistant Superintendent Hicks to give you the who, what, where, when, and why around this COMAR item. This was one of the early ones we, when I first started, we put out, and the comments came back, and he'll give you a summary of that, and then ultimately what it's doing, and then we request an action. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Vice President Deschel and the members of the board. I have with me also our Office of Child Care Director, Jennifer Nizer, and our branch chief for licensing, Luis Valente, who have worked hard on this regulation. As you probably remember, the State Board first reviewed the regulations before you at its September 28th, 2021 meeting and agreed to approve them. The proposed regulations were published in the Maryland Register on January 28, 2022. A copy of the publication is attached. During the 30-day comment period, the MSDE received 3 public comments. A summary of the comments as well as the agency response is attached. Based on a thorough review of the comments received, the MSDE recommends no changes in the language of the regulation. We are coming to you today with a request to adopt the amendments to regulations to better align with the criminal background check requirements of the Federal Child Care Development Block Grant, CCDBG. As a reminder, these amendments are in 5 separate regulations because they affect the criminal background checks of staff in informal care settings, child care centers, family child care homes, large family child care settings, and letters of compliance, or LOCs. LOCs are tax-exempt religious organizations. 3 changes were approved to publish. First, clarify the regulations to create a lifetime ban for the mandatory exclusion crimes as required in CCDBG. The language has received a conviction has been expanded upon to include at any time, to read has received a conviction at any time. To make clear, the regulations are intended to apply retroactively to any disqualifying crimes committed prior to the promulgation of the regulations, consistent with the Office of Child Care's past and current interpretation. In addition, the Maryland regulations are stricter for the disqualifying crimes listed in the CCDBG in two categories. The first category includes felony drug-related crimes committed longer than 5 years ago. Maryland's regulations prevent employment of someone charged who has received a probation before judgment or conviction of felony drug-related crimes committed longer than 5 years ago, unlike the federal regulations. This amendment would permit individuals convicted of older drug-related crimes to be eligible for consideration for possible employment under the discretionary employment provisions. It would still be discretionary. The language, if committed during the preceding 5 years, has been added to the qualifying drug-related crimes to exclude older drug-related crimes from the mandatory employment exclusions. The second category pertains to domestic violent crimes. The CCDBG lists spousal abuse as a disqualifying crime, and Maryland's regulations uses the broader term domestic violence, which includes not only abuse between spouses, but also domestic-related altercations between family members, such as siblings. The amendment would permit individuals convicted of domestic violence-related crimes other than spousal or intimate partner domestic violence to be eligible for consideration for possible employment under the discretionary employment provisions. The language of an intimate partner or spouse has been added to the term domestic violence to exclude certain crimes of domestic violence from mandatory employment exclusions. There are a few reasons why we are asking the board to consider these changes at this time. Changing the language of the regulation aligns with the federal law. We know that a disproportionate number of these exclusions fall on persons of color, as they are disproportionately charged and convicted of drug-related offenses, and we are currently experiencing widespread staff shortages in childcare, and working parents are not able to secure childcare. Therefore, we request the board adopt these amendments. Thank you so much.
Are there questions? Do we have any questions from those that are joining us virtually? Okay.
Dr. Green is raising her hand.
Dr. Green, do you have a question?
Not so much a question, but I just want to thank you for providing a symbol key at the top of the regulation, so I don't have to figure out what's new and what was added. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I believe also that the part that's being changed is reasonable, and I will be voting to accept it. Thank you.
Very good. Are there other comments? If not, Ms. Halley has made a motion to adopt amendments to the subject COMAR regulations. Is there a second to the motion? Okay, Ms. Morrow has seconded the motion. Are there any other questions or comments from anyone? If not, if you will support the motion, can you raise your hand and say aye? Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Opposed. Okay. And Dr. Green, did you vote aye?
Yes, sir, I did.
And Senator Bates, did you vote aye?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
That's from Mel. Okay.
Yes. I can double check and ask just to be sure, but I don't think Dr. Getty is on. Yeah, I think she did. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your presentation. Officers here.
Are ahead of schedule.
It's always a little difficult to judge every item exactly, but at any rate. So we're a little closer to our agenda at this point.
We're ahead.
We're a little bit ahead, that's right. Don't do that. All right. The next item on our agenda are state board member committee reports and updates. I'll call on any state board members that would like to share committee reports or updates or have any comments. Ms. Morrow?
So I was just going to make everybody aware, I think myself, Ms. McCusker, and Mr. Bocoum are attending the National Association of State Boards of Education Legislative Convention next week in D.C. So we have some exciting sessions. I think Kevin and I are both participating in presenting a couple of the sessions. And then we should also be meeting with our legislators, I believe, on Tuesday. So we will have more to report back after that. So
Good. We'll look forward to hearing
Coming
from you.
next week.
Yes. Thank you. General Sumter?
As you know, we're doing an executive director search, and the committee is myself, Senator Bates, and Dr. Joan, Melanie McCarthy. If you recall, the announcement went out for the executive director on February the 9th, and it has to be posted for 30 days. And so it closed on March the 11th. The job opening was posted on the Maryland job opening website, also on some social media, Lincoln, Indeed, Education Week, and the Maryland Daily Record, which is a legal business publication that's germane to Maryland. A total of 78 applications were received. And after our human resources reviewed the packets, 25 of those met the criteria in our advertisement, and the board or the committee received 4 batches of them. The last batch was 10, and we only received that yesterday morning. So we haven't met to do any discussion. On average, here's a little bit about the applicants. On average, the individuals have 10 or more years of education or administrative experience. About half of the candidates have teaching or administrative experience in public and private schools in Maryland, D.C., Virginia, or Pennsylvania. Several candidates have administrative experience with local school boards, city and county governments as ombudsmen, constituent service officers or government relation officers. 3 candidates are currently members or former members of the MSDE. The committee what we will do is we will review the packets, all of them, and look at them for points of high flyers or items that might require additional consideration. But all the candidates will be reviewed by all board members. None will be taken out by the committee. Once we finish that, the reviews, there'll be we'll be looking at to establish a date for the first interviews, which more than likely will be virtual, and they will also hopefully be sometime in April or early May at the latest. The short list then will lead to a final interview in person, And of course, once we get to that point, much as when we chose our superintendent, there'll have to be the references and background checks, and then sometime, I would hope, between mid to late May at the very latest, we should be making an offer and looking for an appointment date. That's just a quick update, and I'll be working with the committee and then with Clarence, and I'm sure he'll be coming to you for some dates when we can discuss these. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there other reports? Okay, Mr. Bartley?
I don't have a report. I
Okay.
just have a comment, so if everybody else has a report.
No, go ahead. Mr. Bokum?
I'm just excited to announce that I'll be participating in a TEDx talk on the data on the data from data from the pandemic and lessons learned in terms of student leadership at River Hill High School. They're having a TEDx event. It's going to be a really cool event. I'm really excited to participate in that and excited to see student leadership. And excited to see TED is being brought to Maryland.
That's very good. Thank you. Dr. Wilcox?
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to mention that our committee on safe and healthy schools has met, and we made a data request of Dr. Lawson and Mrs. Gable so we can start sifting through a lot of the data that we have over the past several years on different social and emotional learning metrics and from different areas, and kind of constructing a plan based upon our review and synthesis of those data. So just wanted to report back on that committee.
Very good, thank you. Are there others? Dr. Green?
Just wanted to give my colleagues an update on the Achieving Academic Equity and Excellence for Black Boys, the Advisory Council, and our pilot schools. Earlier this month, I was asked to facilitate a roundtable with our school leaders. I thought they did a marvelous job sharing their success stories of what they're doing to make a difference in the lives and in the educational achievement of the boys in their schools. Next month, we have invited 4 schools who will present to the board during the Stakeholder segment. Looking forward to hearing from them. Also, in regards to the support that we're getting from MSDE, I want to thank Mr. Chaudhry for letting us have the services of Dr. Lawson to support us. We're looking forward to that web page on the MSDE website so that we can highlight the success stories and highlight some of the activities that our schools are doing, because they truly are making a difference. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just give a quick update on the strategic plan committee. We are meeting not quite every week, but most weeks. And we've had wonderful participation from board members and from our state superintendent and from the staff here at the MSDE, that all of which has been very helpful in moving this critically important effort forward. We've held a number of roundtables and listening sessions. In fact, I know that several board members as well have hosted and facilitated those sessions. I want to thank each of you who have done that. I have seen some very important issues raised and discussed by those roundtables and listening sessions, and appreciate particularly the MSDE staff for their leadership in helping to organize those events. And I know there will be more between now and the middle of May, so I encourage any of you who can to perhaps at least join in the sessions, maybe host a session, or if you're comfortable, maybe facilitating the sessions. It's been very good work. We have been hearing the results of the survey that is out there, that is a critical component of the strategic plan. We've been getting updates about the number of folks that have completed the survey, and it's a good way of reaching out to all the constituencies, and there are many who have a stake and maybe would like to have a greater stake in what is going to be happening as a part of our strategic plan. So it's moving ahead. We have a lot more to do, and yes, absolutely. We will extend an invitation to all those who may be listening today to reach out to the website. The survey is on the website, and take a moment. It doesn't take very long. It has some critically important information that's being sought. So I hope those of you who have not, please take a moment to complete the survey, because it's just not a matter of asking for your opinion. We really want you to feel invested in this plan. So please participate, share your concerns, and be a part of this exciting process that is going to transform, again,
There you go.
education in the state of Maryland. I'm very grateful that the State Board and MSDE are working collaboratively to lead this important effort. So be a part of it. Invest yourself in it.
How many languages is it available now?
It's like over 8 languages, right? Yeah, it's over 8. It's several languages.
So it's available in several different languages. We really want to reach out to community members who historically haven't necessarily been reached out to and have participated. So please.
Yep. Just to add on to that, we'll be sending you a weekly, just going forward, there's a lot of events happening, so you have like a weekly blast that says, that gives you a chance to say, I want to join that, or I want to facilitate that, or add on to it. So we'll do that weekly going forward, so you have them, because we're about to pick up the pace on even more events, right? I know there's a lot coming up with local school system boards, so that's both regionally as well as a wider one. The survey's approaching about 10,000. The demographics are not where I would like for it to be. It needs to reflect more of our state. And so let's continue to blast that out. And then we'll also have, remember, the survey is one data point, but we also have a team that, and we're bringing in support as well to go back to the roundtables and analyze that to see what words and themes emerge from that as well. So all of that, ultimately, we want to compile in a report, right, to help shape our thinking. So
It's good. And Ms. McCusker and Ms. Haley are on that subcommittee with President Crawford and myself, and I appreciate their role. We're doing, I think, good work. We have a lot to do, but it's an exciting process and one that is really going to make a difference for education in our state. So thank you. Mr. Bartley?
Over the past 3 weeks, I've had an opportunity to recognize the talents or witness the talents of our Maryland public school students in athletics and the arts. And I'd particularly like to commend Sherwood High School and their annual Rock and Roll Review show. If you hadn't had an opportunity to go to see the Sherwood Rock and Roll Review High School show, it's an amazing Broadway-style production. I don't have a student at the school, but I like participating as a fan of the students and helping, encouraging them to realize their goals and dreams. And this is an outstanding show. It's been going on for 50 years. It's my first time getting to see it. We were lucky enough to get tickets because it often sells out as soon as it goes on the market. I also had the opportunity to attend high school championship basketball games. It was great to see the kids back in full athletic competition and performance. And I had an opportunity to see, I think it was 5 championship games. South Lake High School and Charles County won the boys state championship in their division. Baltimore Poly girls, the city team here, won their championship. Oakdale, who I'd never heard of before, I think they're in Frederick County, they won their championship, had the chance to see that. And Eleanor Roosevelt in Prince George's County won the boys championship game there. I don't know if you guys know this, but Maryland is one of the hotbeds of high school basketball, amateur basketball, and football. Didn't get a chance to see any football games because I don't particularly like the cold watching football games, although I did play it, but I don't enjoy watching it as much as I do basketball. If you have an opportunity to support our children in their extracurricular activities, I suggest you go out and watch them and support them, because Maryland is a hotbed of talent, and many of our future professionals in arts and sports get their starts in high school. And so if you have an opportunity to support them, I suggest you go out and watch them play, act, entertain, because they're all participating in things that we have legitimate industries for here in the United States, and these extracurricular activities supported by our schools are just as important as what they accomplish in the classroom. And I'd like to again thank Andrew Warner for giving us the passes that enable all the student board members to go out and watch as fans in the athletic events. Your attendance matters to the children.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maryland football.
Dr. Green?
I want to thank Mr. Bartley for giving that shout out to Charles County, but the name of that high school is Westlake High School.
Westlake. You're right. Westlake.
Thank you.
I missed it. Sorry. Tell them I said sorry if they get no word of this. That game was really exciting. They made a last-second shot. They had 1 second to go, inbounded the ball for a layup, and won the game. It was amazing.
And also Westlake happens to be one of our AAEEBB pilot schools. So, again,
Great.
thank you.
Terrific.
I would like to add, it has been a joy as an educator and a fine arts educator to be performing with children again and have children on the stage. I conducted one of our all-county choruses this past Friday night, and it was just an immense joy to be on stage with them. My own second graders have a little musical play tomorrow, but you're seeing these things all over the state, you know, high school kids that are performing again, full-on sports going on, and the joy of the children being together and being able to share their performances with their families again is really quite special.
It's always a pleasure. Good news everywhere. It's exciting. Yeah. All right, are there other committee reports? Okay. If not, we're going to adjourn to executive session. I'd like to read the following statement as to why we are moving into executive session. Pursuant to Section 3-305B1 and 7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 3 appeals, legal advice, personnel matter, and introduction to board docs. Let's see, we possibly can reconvene at around 4:30, maybe between 4:30 or 4:45. See how these particular matters go, somewhere in that range. But we'll need a motion to adjourn to executive session. Okay. We have a motion from Mr. Bakum, and it's seconded by General Sumter. Any comments or questions from anyone? If not, if you'll support the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, are there any opposed? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Schoen?
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Very good. Okay, we'll return around 4:45.
Different though, wasn't like a regular, because I'm a student board member and it's a school that
Okay, we will reconvene, and I'll call on Mr. Schoen to read the opinions.
Mr. Daschel, Mr. Superintendent, members of the board, we have 3 matters to report out. First is Wendy Novak versus Carroll County Board of Education. This was a school calendar issue. The case number is 22-07, and the state board affirmed the decision of the local board. The second matter is Erie R. and Shannon A. versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. This was an early admission case. It is number 22-08, and the state board affirmed the decision of the local board. Our final matter today is Daniel Shiflett versus Caroline County Board of Education. This was a ban of a parent on school property, 22-09, and the state board has remanded the matter to the local board for further proceedings. That is all I have today. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Is there anything further from any of the board members? Ms. McCusker?
I move we adjourn.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. I want to thank all of you for your participation today. Appreciate it very much. And thank you for your patience with me filling in for President Crawford. I was happy to help out, and hopefully he will be back next month to lead the meeting. So
Finishing
thank
early,
you.
his job's in jeopardy.
There you go. All right, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. If there's no further discussion, if you'll support the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, Mr. Schoen, the motion's carried. Thank you again. Safe travels.
Congratulations.